Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Merci.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. I'm very happy to introduce this panel on youngsters. My name is Emmanuel Oriol. I'm a member of the Cercle des Économiques, and I'm a teacher in Toulouse. And I would like to introduce the panel today, which is remarkable. We're extremely lucky. Let me introduce the panelists, and then I will give you a few words. First intervention, Marjolaine Grandin, co-founder and CEO of Elojam. She created a highly successful company with over 600,000 young users. And thanks to this, she was classified by Forbes as one of the best startuppers, as they call them. Today, she will tell us about a survey about discussing acting and changing that was carried out through the platform to question youngsters 18 to 28, and we'll start from France and then go over to the international world. Then we'll be privileged enough to have Florence Parly, former Minister of the Armies in France. No need to introduce her. And she will tell us about her commitment with young French people who commit for national defense, and an event she created at European level, highly successful event. And these two actions are called the Fabric for Defense in France and in foreign countries to see the will, the desire of youngsters to commit. And then we'll have a man with us, Pascal Ruffnack, who is CEO of Bayard Presse, and he's a writer as well. And he will tell us about his vision and perception of youngsters, in particular through the mail written by their readers and a think tank they take part in to support youngsters in their commitments in France. And finally, last but not least, we have Hadja, who arrived yesterday from Guinea, and she will tell us about her commitment with youngsters. Her personal experience is incredible. She started her activism at the age of 11 against excision, against violences against women in Guinea, and she will tell us about her commitment as a youngster who wants to change things. So before I give the floor to Marjolaine Grandin, let me tell you about a few statistics, because youngsters are not just a uniform heap of people. We all know what youngsters are, but we see them differently. In the 50s, the mid-age was 24, now it's 28. So the global population is aging, and this average figure hides a lot of disparities. This panel shows the French people who speak are more or less 42, apart maybe from Marjolaine, who's younger. In sub-Saharan Africa, the median age is 15. This is the case in Niger, 14.8 years old, and 61% of the population of Niger is under 18. So this difference can be explained by the fact that sub-Saharan Africa is a region of the world that hasn't gone through its demographic transition. A lot of children, a lot of youngsters. The experience in a country, if you live in a country where most people are young, is different from the one where most people are old. So, because in this case, they hold all the positions at political level, at job level. It's, I would say, it's like the glass ceiling of old people. So the experience of youngsters is not the same if you're in France or in a foreign country, and but there are indeed fights that they have in common. As Pascal was explaining, in the mail from readers, you have climate change, which is very much mentioned, and gender issues. So there are bridges, but these fights do not necessarily have the same origin. Now, by way of introduction, let me give the floor to Marjolaine, who will explain about the barometer of youth. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here so early. My name is Marjolaine Grondin. As you heard, I co-founded Hello Jam, which is a medium which has an exchange with 600,000 youngsters with social messages. We discuss with the youngsters every day about societal issues. For example, we asked them this week, would you like to live to 100, 200 years old, or for humanistic issues, or do you have trouble finding the right films you want to see, to explain the problem of choice? So we asked them questions with a lot of documents to move them to express themselves on major societal issues, which is why we were very happy with the Cercle des économistes to take part in this initiative, DAC, Discuss, Act and Change, to talk about these major issues like well-being, work, health, environment, and this idea of living together. So we carried out this kind of conversation with Messenger with them, and they could express themselves over the past 6 months on these topics. So we'll have time to discuss, express this. And this morning I felt like starting with a very difficult point. We asked them how they position themselves and view themselves in the world today, and I feel that as far as their future hopes are concerned, the main point is that these youngsters are starting to be in a more precarious situation. They have more and more hopes and commitments, but their force of life has been impacted. So there's more and more commitments, more and more awareness about their mental health, future life, how the institutions went there for them, why the institutions weren't created for them, but at the same time their commitment is stronger. So this is very important, and it's important to listen to them more and more and give them a place to talk. So, for example, I asked, do you feel you're sufficiently supported? Did you want to see a therapist this year? What do you think about your previous political choices? Do you think you'll have a pension, etc.? For the question about better living, 50% of the youngsters feel they are losing faith. And 2 out of 3 feel the need of seeing a therapist, but they don't do it. Half of them don't do it for money issues, financial issues. They say, I don't do it because I don't know where to go, and even if I start, by the time I find the right person, the right treatment, I just haven't got the means, I have no time, etc., which hides a more global money issue. 47% of the 27, 28 years old And 60% of the 18-21 feel they can't do it on their own. So for the youngest amongst them, we feel, well, most of them have parents. But for the 26-28, usually they have a job, and almost half of them say they can't do it on their own. So 73% of them feel that the educational system is not at the right level, and a lot of them feel drowned. And 81% of them feel that they haven't been trained sufficiently before they start on the job market, on the labor market. So what they learn at school and what they would like to learn, there's quite a gap. We talk a lot about the challenges as far as institutions are concerned. More than a third of them feel they're not represented by anyone as citizens. Only a few of them feel that they are better represented by the president, but 25% feel represented best by associations. Sometimes, in fact, they're part of them, or they would like to be part of them. 10% by activists, and 10% by local executive elected authorities, but only, as I said, 3% by the president. 31% are affected by social inequalities, and 16% by the values of the Republic. They don't necessarily feel French. They feel they're part of youth, but not necessarily part of France. Half of them, as I said, feel they're losing face. 23% feel they have no means of being heard. 24% use voting as the first means, and 21% social networks. As you know, for votes, youngsters were not the first to vote, and a quarter of them feel they're not heard at all. When they commit, it's for the community because they feel this is the right level, right skill to act, to be heard, and to have a position. So 44% of them feel it's the right skill, then 20% France, 15% Europe, and then their city. For climate change, 1 out of 2, i.e. half of them, which is huge, feel totally powerless when faced with the climate challenge, even though it's their top concern, and 33% consider it's a priority. Yesterday we were talking about the triangle of lack of action with the citizens, the president, and etc. So how can we move as consumers if the companies don't change? How can can a company change if the elected authorities don't change, etc.? But 70% of them feel that everybody is responsible on an equal footing. So there's a cognitive difference between what I feel and what I actually do is huge. We might come back to this, but there's a lot of I would like to do things, but I haven't got the means, and they feel they haven't got the keys, and even less with the last 2 years. 19% feel it's the fault of companies and 17% the state, but they're ready to make sacrifices. But 91% of them say they would be ready to pay a higher price to protect the environment, and 84% of them would accept a more authoritative policy. They talk about the carbon tax, about the restriction of right to a flight, maybe a pass to go once for a long haul, etc. They talk about restrictions, and this figure has increased. They want the society to mobilize, but they don't want to sacrifice again if the rest of society doesn't follow suit. And for jobs, more than 1 out of 2 is worried about their professional future and say they have trouble finding a job. We talk a lot about searching for meaning in their job, but 47% of them see their job as a way of making money, and 30% as a search for meaning. A lot of them feel finding flourishing in their work is an objective, but it's not necessarily something they can do today. They want to dematerialize work, 32-hour week or 4-day week, etc. So we're really on a tipping point. These youngsters have a lot to say. They have a lot of hopes. But today, what we can note today and over the past few years is a very difficult situation. Thank you very much, says Mrs. Oriol. We can see that the society in which they move is not helping them. And it's a bit depressive when you look at the commitments without any support. And in fact, they have a highly protective state when what they're asking for is authority. Well, they don't want to be the only ones to get things changing. So now, if we can have the vision of a commitment at national level, Madam Minister. Well, thank you very much. After this statement that was made, if we had any doubt, we've lost all these doubts. Youngsters don't feel that politics, institutions can represent them and represent them properly. And we do see the issue and the risk for our democracy. And this is very worrying. But what I also heard from what Marjolaine told us, and I'd like, in fact, to applaud her approach, because consulting youngsters everywhere is something that was almost unheard of. What you didn't say is that these youngsters are highly different, highly diversified. There is an international representation, etc. So it sheds a lot of light. But we also see that there are contrasted results. Yes, okay, there's a will to commit. And this is very highly valuable, and it's something that democracy should rely on. So they have a commitment. We know they commit for the planet, and this is no news. But as I was reading the results of this survey, I learned quite a lot of more positive aspects that make me more optimistic. For example, the fact that almost 2/3 of the youngsters, as you reminded us, feel that the career ladder is still working. So it's a contrasted issue. I would like to tell you about my experience over when I was in the Ministry of the Armies for 5 years. They take care of the youngsters because we recruit them. We recruit youngsters. The ministry recruits 26 or 27 youngsters a year. It's the top recruiter in France. We were talking about medium age. The median for military men in France or military people is 25 years old. When you talk about all the ranks, the average age is 32. So it is a community that is extremely young. And which this is a contrast with the rest of our society. So the miracle is to manage to recruit 26 or 27,000 youngsters every year that commit for an average period of 27 years. Because since the army was made professional, military people are no longer civil servants. They are hired for contracts of 3 to 5 years, and the ministry tries for them to renew their contracts every time. So it's almost a miracle to manage to recruit so many people every year, because it's a very specific commitment, very special commitment. Probably the strongest form of commitment, the most committing one, if I could say so, because the idea is to protect your country, protect the French people, and to be ready to even sacrifice your life. So this is a very, very special commitment, and finding 27,000 youngsters every year who are ready to consent for this sacrifice is not easy. Why is it possible? I talked about miracle. I must say that every time it was a surprise for me, and it's sort of something that reconciles you with other issues. First of all, it's a possibility because the army is one of the places where society is represented in all its diversity. You can go to the army without any diploma, but you can also get to the army after 10 years of studies, because we do have very specific technological requirements. And when you come in without any studies or any background, you can acquire it. You can get trained, you can acquire qualifications that are useful for the rest of your life, because very few military people, apart from officers who spend their whole career in the army, very few consider that they can spend their whole life serving France and its army. So this diversity is probably more visible in the army. And we see that 10% of the military come from the ultramarine region, and I'm not sure this is something on the overseas region, and this is not something you see in companies, for example. I cannot give you exact figures because I'm not allowed to, but we also recruit a lot in recruiting centers that are in suburbs around the big cities. I can't tell you if we get a lot of youngsters who are immigrants, but we do recruit quite a lot of youngsters who come from difficult suburbs and may not have all the assets in hands as they would if they lived elsewhere. What does it lead them to? Well, for some of them, their motivation dates back from their childhood, as you started fighting from the age of 11, and some youngsters dreamed of being in the army since they're children, but it's not the majority. Others feel that by default, it's a place where you can get a professional qualification or diploma when you have none. When you think of it, the salary, the fact that you're housed and fed, if you, all in all, it's not such a bad situation. But these arguments cannot justify the acceptance of the constraints, which are huge, because these youngsters are faced with huge constraints. Even though they come from French society, they don't come from a different pool. We recruit young French people. So they all have their individualities. They all hope to renew with their community, which is not necessarily the military community they live in. So this ability to commit for a wider cause, a cause that is larger than them and their life, comes from multiple factors, and I would like to mention a few which I heard about: the aspiration for a life of adventure and travel, and the practice of sports, which is something which they all have. So once they come, how do we retain them? That's the second challenge. How can we retain them? And how can we make sure that for this probatory period of the first 6 months, where they can perfectly say, well, that's not a life for me, I'm not interested, the rate of people opting out is not negligible, around 25%. But in view of the difficulty and constraints, in my opinion, it's very low. And I feel that what happens is that we belong to a community with a common objective to ensure the protection and defense of our country. The fact that they feel part and parcel of this community, they feel that they are considered as a part of it. It's the notion that you can read in the books and which takes on a highly practical dimension. Brother in arms, you know, means sharing your life on a daily basis and being able to count on your comrades in times where you might face a dangerous situation and where life might be at stake. So this is a cultural shock, but this shock takes place and is highly positive. I know that I'm pressed by time, and one word about Fabrique Défense. So I told you about those who commit in the army. This is a minority, really. But we saw at the time of the 2015 terrorist attacks how these defense issues, the terrorist attacks, put back the threats to which we were exposed at the center of, at the core of problems. Now that our army is a professional one, there's no drafting anymore, where all the boys, because at the time there were no girls, all the boys would come and face these issues of defense and safety, security. There's no possibility for a French society to have that. So we felt it was important to recreate a link between the army and the nation. There is a project, and I hope that it will be done in the next 5 years. It's called the Universal National Service, but it was sort of thwarted by the appearance of COVID. So the idea is to organize events for the age group 15 to 30 to get familiar with these issues of defense and security, not only at national level, but at European level, because I'm absolutely convinced that these are issues for the European level, to enable them to understand better the geopolitical challenges and to get more familiar with the needs and requirements of the army, maybe to start a special professional career for our needs or for the companies that work for the army, because technology is important. If you fight with yesterday's weapons, we will not have the right superiority. So this place, these are events and encounters that we wanted to organize and which enable, despite COVID, to get several tens of thousands of youngsters together in France and Europe. Thank you very much, madam.
Donc maintenant, l'éclairage. Voilà.
So, let's listen to the next speaker. So, good morning to all of you. Thank you for your comments and observations. So, educational responsibility and accountability, it doesn't only depend on schools, it depends on us, it depends on lots of people. So we have a think tank at Bayard. So we want to show that education is a matter for all of us. Most of the time we think that schools are responsible for that, but it's much more than that. You have associations, you have also CSR, a collective responsibility of companies is at stake. So they should be aware of their responsibilities within society. So new youth commitments to rebound. So it means that we are also rebounding in order to sort out a problem for ourselves. But that begs the question of attitude. So we're in touch with many children, we're in touch with many children, teenagers, children who are 18. Remember the AgroParisTech case with lots of comments on the social networks. Oh, you're right, I mean, to rebel, that's great. I mean, this is what people said. Or join us, or the people who are older, young people who are older, find it difficult, I mean, to get the right posture. And it was very difficult for them to have a position of authority. So you can't tell young people you did the right thing when you decided to rebel yourself. It's kind of a shortcut. A second observation that I would like to make, so we've been talking about young people, so we think that when they are 16 or 18, but people are committed when they are 2 years of age, 3 years of age. I mean, we shouldn't forget about the children because there's a lot at stake during childhood. There are some philosophical classes in the primary schools, and when you do that, you can discuss with people, you can understand other people's motives. This is what discussions are all about, and there are some techniques that could be used by families, by schools. It's extremely important. Last year, with the Ministry of National Delegation, we created eco-delegates, 22,000 in France. I mean, in primary schools, in high schools, in junior high schools, and I took part in the projects and I listened to them at the Annecy junior high school. So they had a playground they had a project. They fetched architects, engineers, in order to remove tar, to recycle tar. So there were landscaping specialists. So all the skills and competencies were marshaled. So when they were 16, 17 years of age, they started to cooperate together. So the educational system is key. Meritocracy, okay, right. But at the end of the day, it's just a matter of cooperation against competition. If we want to change things, we need to teach children that cooperation is good. So it's a collective endeavor. So in France, we think that we have the savior who will save everybody, but it doesn't work like that, and it has never worked like that. What is important is to cooperate all together. Et si nous, this is a book from François Tadei. François Tadei would like things to change, instilling fresh blood into the French educational system. So it's a matter of cooperation, it's a matter of talking, discussing, and from a very early age, people should feel this sense of community. It can be a military community, it can be an association, and people can get their bearings when they belong to these structures. And this is something that you can feel at a very early age. Bear witness those eco-delegates. So there are two themes that are salient amongst young people. So relationships between men and women. Georges Duby said, people were asked, what has changed the most in 2,000 years? And Georges Duby said, not the atom, but the relationships between men and women of the past 50 years. And our civilization has changed quite a lot. And that's an inexorable trend, and so much the better. So there are different stages as part of this crusade or fight, identity, gender identity. It's a social fight, but it's a personal assessment. Who am I as an individual? Who am I as a person? In the 1970s, I mean, we adopted a political type of approach, but social issues and private issues are intertwined. What is important is the relationships between men and women, and we need to put an end to patriarchy. So, of course, you are not going to address some specific issues at 18 years of age. It's too late. I mean, this should occur at a young age. So it's an endless fight. I mean, the relationships between women and men, but this relationship has to be reinvented. It's a matter of coming up with the images and metaphors young people would relate to. And then the way we relate to the living environment. This approach has changed altogether. So we are in a finished world, in a finite world now. In the past, I mean, we thought that it wasn't the case. And there are lots of people who are worried about the environment, ecology. So, and people are paralyzed. We know the figures. That's why we need to fight. And we need to take up the challenge as well. So young people, they are not involved in the major political choices that are made. So how can we liaise with them in order to make the choices of the future? There are lots of ideas that are emerging. So all the MPs, I mean, should be with an 18-year-old young person, and the young children should be given a vote. There are lots of ideas, and these ideas show that people should have a say. So far, it has been a bit confused. So how can we find new ways for young people to speak? But we need to move away from the current political representations. It doesn't work like that. Bear witness the turnout at the polls during the presidential elections. So I think that we need to come up with means in order to listen to them, to keep abreast of them, and of course we need to take into account what they say. From time to time they have radical positions, and it can be an irksome process because young people want things to be done very quickly. So they come up with radical views, but this is something that we need to pay heed to. So when people are radical, come up with radical views, it has to do with our times. And that's positive, I would say. So we need to keep abreast of them. We need to make them talk. We need to make them write. So in our magazines, we've noticed that young people like to write. And of course, writing is not a losing battle. I mean, young people, they've written quite a lot. They've never written so much. And you have the media, you have a press, and there are some communities. The communities play a key role, and they could be involved in various communities, the community of the media, of course. And when you are an educational specialist, whether you are a soldier, a military man, a journalist, we need to provide them with the capacity to act, because there's something that is quite bad, to feel powerless faced with the current world. So this capacity to act, I mean, that's great. Okay. So in a nutshell, we won't have much time for a discussion. So young French people, I mean, they are deprived of soft skills to a certain extent. So Hadja will show us that she has a lot of soft skills. Hadja, go ahead. Thanks a lot. Good morning to all of you. I'm delighted to be with you amongst this prestigious guest. I come from Guinea, a country not far from Senegal. So why do I speak in front of you? It's thanks to this school. Thanks to education, my predecessor talked about. I mean, some parents cannot shoulder their responsibility, so it is the duty of the state, it is the duty of the educational system to take up that responsibility. I was fortunate to be at school. I learned many things in Catholic schools, and I learned a lot from my friends because they were very open-minded, so I managed to emancipate myself, and I decided to fight for my rights and for the other children's rights. So I was 11, and I'm the chairwoman of an association defending young girls' rights in the face of gender-based violence, excision, removal of the clitoris. The genitals of the women are being removed, are being cut in part, and the objective is to deprive a young girl of the right to pleasure. So 95% of young girls are excised. So, and Somalia being the first country on this front. So it's atrocious. So thank you for thinking about these millions of girls who are excised, who are forced to marriage, these millions of young girls who are killed and raped. So I represent the voices of these young girls who have no voice, and through my association, I want to heighten their awareness. I want to remind them that they can live, that they can survive. I'm talking about survival, because most of young girls are committing suicide because they are subject to forced marriage. And I greeted lots of young girls. And when you have a young girl who's 18 and who wants to speak in the media, who wants to speak with the police, I mean, you can understand the risks entailed. So we are taking lots of risks when it comes to laying claims to our rights. So this is a universal fight, a universal struggle. I'm talking about universality because you have some people, you have some migrants from Guinea. They live in France, they live in other countries, but their parents are not made aware of these questions and issues. So the children are under threat. So this is the holiday period. And during this period, young girls will be sent to forests, villages, and they will be excised. And excision, they want to conceal that practice because this is forbidden by the law in Guinea. But nobody has said that excision should stop. And when we launch this fight, we are under threat because people will say that we have Western views, and people will say that an accomplice to the people of white color. But the traditions boil down to good practices. When you take a blade in order to excise young girls, that's not a good tradition. That's a poor tradition, but we need to think about that. We need to think about the way we can keep and retain our values. So you have blood that is being shed. There are young girls, I mean, who died because of blood hemorrhage, because excision is being done in countries where there is no care, there is nothing to save those young girls. And in fact, these young girls are hopeless because there's no one to save them. So when they die, it is because of the wizards, because the young girls have a bad soul. Otherwise, they would have survived. This is what people have said. So we have to remind people of the rights of young girls. And of course, we are liaising with the authorities because the authorities accepted to sign and ratify conventions, and there are laws and regulations in order to penalize these practices. But the laws and regulations have to be enforced. But young people, associations have to do their job. So with the police forces, we decided to threaten the hangman. And if you don't cooperate, we will put your pictures on the social networks. And when these people are arrested, I mean, 2 weeks after, they are on the streets. I mean, these people were arrested, but they are bragging because they are still wandering in the streets. So today, of course, this fight is universal, but you have different dimensions with this fight. So in our country, people think that this fight is a matter for women, and people are scared. A young girl, a woman should stay at home cooking, cleaning the home, even though she's smart. People are being told young girls are being told to care for a husband. There are very few people who want to move away from that approach, and they refuse to accept that they want to be part and parcel of this fight. So I need to tell you that institutions have to earmark some funds in order to help those victims. I mean, I was on the field doing some advocacy, and I wanted the rights to be complied with, but it's not enough. My association, we shouldn't be alone. We need some help. We need some assistance. I have a dream, of course. I want to see a home of women at the Home of Women at Saint-Denis. We have some legal help, some legal support. I like this type of center in Guinea, and all together we can help us one another. It's a matter of survival. A big round of applause to Arja. Thank you.
Merci. Merci beaucoup.
Thanks a lot. Unfortunately, there won't be a Q&A session. I mean, thank you for coming in droves, but you can still talk about those issues during the coffee break. Thank you.
morning. My name is Pierre-Henri de Monteau. I'm chief editor in the Challenge magazine. Congratulations for your presence this morning. Actually much better than the afternoon, because for those who were here yesterday know what it's all about. So, great panel today. David Bosco, Cercle des économistes, who will introduce the issue of digital law. It's very confused, and we'll try to work out. Christelle Edeman, Director General of Orange, Axel Lemaire, you number 2 of French Red Cross. And you, in a previous life, you were in charge of the digital industry in the French government. Gianmarco Moncellato, you're the manager of Deloitte France. Jacques Biot, former president of Polytechnics and now president of Huawei France, and Olivier Sichel, who is number 2 in the Caisse de Dépôt and still fascinated by the digital issues. David, tell us, give us a summary of everything that has been going on for the last few months and what is to be expected in terms of regulation for the businesses. So, how to build a European digital sovereignty? Well, first, set the stage. This is something we hear about in the public debate, European digital sovereignty. Well, let's start by saying that sovereignty, means that you have power, you have control, you control your realm or your domain, and this invitation to discuss the constitution or the setting up of a European sovereignty, well, it's simply because it's missing. It has been actually organized by foreign Chinese and US corporations. You all know them. I'll spare you the details. And those US and Chinese corporations actually have full power of the digital market. So what should be the reaction of Europe? What should they do? What should we do? Well, first of all, we should have several sovereignties in the European discussion. First, there is a conventional sovereignty, which comes from the top, public authority, basically setting up, organizing a regulation to, it's not prohibiting. We want to regulate some system less democratic than ours, could have thought about dismantling these corporations. We decided to actually regulate, and the intention was to redistribute sovereignty between various players and to give a new form of leverage to public authorities. It's not limited to the digital world. A few weeks ago, the European Commission just got an agreement between the European Parliament and the European Council to make sure that foreign state could control some corporation in order to protect the European interest. But now we've seen an amazing abundance of text to regulate the GAFAM market power. Can't be exhaustive, but the 2018 directive SMA on content and media, in order to regulate the pluralism of media. Closer to us, there is the platform to business, which is there to introduce transparency in the operation of platforms. Digital Market Act and Digital Services Act in 2022, which set a regulation, ex-ante regulation among jurists to impose structuring obligations to digital corporations and make sure that they would not impose and that they will not block the European markets. And of course, soon, the Data Act, the Data Government Act, that will regulate the utilization of data, especially with the Internet of Things, and the Artificial Intelligence Act, which will come up in 2023. So many texts and documents. Let me make two comments. First, as a jurist, as a legal expert, in Europe, we've created a regulatory maze. I mean, the intentions were good, but the implementation thereof is very complicated. Companies already know the implementation constraint for the RGPD, for the DMF, for Data Act. It will be something quite constraining and binding. But the second observation, what is the meaning of this public regulation? Is there a European plan? Is there some kind of a specific intention? Well, let me say that several ideas will govern this European regulation. Two are worthy of attention. First, it is essential for Europe to assert its values, European values, and to impose them to the foreign operators. The fight against hate messages, hate speeches, for the pluralism of media, for loyalty in the operation of digital services. Well, assuming that they were in danger. But there is a second intention, which in my opinion is important, is, let's say, to redistribute value. These digital companies have agreed advertising value. And Europe wants to redistribute and to replace some value in the economy to the benefit of European companies. This is well, you may think what you want to redistribute value to the benefit of European companies, fair enough, but it's not an industrial project per se. It's not that's, you know, redistributing value means that it's not a project. So we should, beside this sort of a conventional public order sovereignty, which gives leverages to the public authority, a second form of sovereignty is important in Europe now, which comes from the bottom. It's a bottom-up, that is, of the players of the digital world or industry. And I'm mentioning two. First, the users of digital services. We need to understand that European regulations, and the RGPD was the general regulation on data protection, was the first, the one to put the regulator at the to give a user control over personal data that will be communicated to the platform and the digital operators, and therefore to have control. And they want to do what, you know, the GDPR means that you have to, whoever is processing data has to ask for the consent of the user for the utilization of the data and to respect the end purpose of the transfer. The Data Act and the Data Government Act coming are with the same line. Basically, they want to give control of the user over data, especially in the field of the Internet of Things. Now, dimension is to give power sovereignty to the user, and this user becomes a player of European sovereignty. Second aspect, the sovereignty of European companies. Can we actually give power in this competition game, in this digital competition game, to the European companies? This is a huge task for Europe. It's an aspect, it has to do with industrial policy. Can we reinforce, are we able to reinforce the competitive capabilities of our European companies to, you know, face up to the US and Chinese corporations? We've not been always that good in Europe. You know, you remember the failure of the merger between Alstom and Siemens, you know, and the European regulation was actually maybe could be blocking the advent of champions. Lots of work to be done, but we should congratulate the initiative of the European Commission. Let me give you one example for time purposes. When it comes to artificial intelligence, a couple of years ago, in 2020, the European Commission announced a massive investment plan in AI. The idea being to say that we lost the war of platform, we have to win the next war on AI, and the European strategy will be implemented. Let me close with one word. Power to European cooperation is a good thing, but how do we deal with the agreements, industrial agreements that could be signed between European companies and US companies, for example? That has been discussed with the cloud services and the agreements Google signed with some operators. Is it a way Is it to give more power to European companies? Well, in my opinion, it is clear that European companies must have some sovereignty keys in their hand. Thank you, David. Very clear. You said it yourself. You're in a job full of future, you know, an expert in digital law. This is going, you know, things are complicated, but now we better understand what you've said. Now, end users have a role to play, a key role to play in the which is strategy. The outlines are coming up, you know, they have to be autonomous and responsible as to the utilization of their own data. So, you know the users, Christelle Edeman. What is your strategy in this domain? When we come from Orange, our mission, we want to be the trusted player that will give each user the key to be a responsible player. So Orange is that. And how do we educate our customers, or consumers, that is, as well as businesses? And it's even more complicated when you're a company. Of course, consumers and their regulation, the GDPR protects, well, we all click, you know, to accept cookies and so on and so forth because we don't have time. We don't really have access to our private data. So we trust actually the companies. So this is why Orange has to be the trusted actor when it comes to protection, especially cybersecurity. And for businesses, well, how do we help them to help them understand what data they can use, where the data is stored, what are the extraterritoriality rules, especially when it comes to create trusted clouds, which is an initiative that we rely on with technological partners who are foreign partners. But it is true that if we are to look at the equation, and that was said, the digital sovereignty means that strategic autonomy. And in order to remain a trusted player when you are Orange, you have to be strong, you have to be able to invest. And in Europe today, operators, and it's not specific to Orange, well, we're in a situation when we have to invest into infrastructures because there is a huge growth in traffic. It should multiply by 3 or 5 in the next 6 years. And it is basically taken by major players, 5 players, who force us to invest. And the challenge of sovereignty, well, educate our clients, but work with the players who would actually drive some behaviors. Now, there's been a call from large managers for energy sobriety, you know, Orange and others. Could you launch a call for digital sobriety? Because everybody uses lots of passband for, you know, not really useful reasons. So couldn't we imagine this approach? Well, but, you know, to make people more responsible about their data, well, digital today is a very limited part of energy consumption. For us, the role is to educate among the players of the digital to build a digital world that will not increase the energy consumptions. So digital sobriety, I don't think that in the European values of the digital world, we intend to limit, constrain utilization. The freedom of digital utilization is very important in European regulation. So we don't want people to have the feeling that we want to break the digital use in Europe. No, not great idea for you. Doesn't mean that we should invite people to, but we have to invite people to be responsible in their usage, but, you know, but we don't want anything that would affect the utilization of digital in Europe. Axel Lemaire. Is this kind of an awareness of digital use by users in Europe? Yes, clear cut. If we had had this roundtable 10 years ago, we would not have used the same word. Sovereignty was a rude word, you know, dirty word. When the Minister of Productive Recovery wanted to oppose the purchase of Dailymotion by Yahoo, we considered it was too intrusive. So sovereignty would mean closing markets. Yes, we would prohibit Huawei in France. Yes, we would stop TikTok in France, as the Indians did, which enable India to have about 10, 20 Indian TikToks. But it means as well, well, we can no longer export our wine. We can no longer export our yeah, well, this is, yeah. So I think the French and European position is that of defending a strategic autonomy. And there is this notion of freedom of choice. The real issue here is that we don't have a choice, and we all schizophrenic, actually. Digital services, be they app shops, markets, social networks, it seems we feel it's free, and we don't want to lose that. We don't want to lose easy access to tools and platforms so easy to use, which in fact are free, against a very theoretical notion. Young graduates who are now rebelling on the campus of Grandes Écoles, you know, they want to fight for the environment and not for the digital freedom. So what the freedom of choice means that there is a European notion of regulation. Anglo-Saxons consider that regulation is intrusive. You enforce regulatory constraint that will affect the growth of businesses. In Europe, regulations are the conditions to gain access to a market and to use tools, and the use of tools by consumers which provide a better opening and a freedom of choice. Back to GDPR, well, we didn't say it, but it is first and foremost there to protect the private life of citizens. A decision of the Rovers versus Wade's Supreme Court decision, which was challenged recently, it was based on the respect of private life. This is what we're talking about. Whereas the positive effect was that a huge awareness taking of the protection for personal data. But today, it is still halfway. Sorry. Can you tell us what was this decision, the justice decision you've just talked about? Well, okay, what's the relation? But just to tell you that there is a basis of fundamental value of human values and human rights, which impact private life, and that was the decision made by the Supreme Court in the US, which authorizes states to come back to the prohibition to the right of abortion for women. And it is based on private life, and digital players react. Google, for example, removed all the geolocalization background to make sure that they will not be sued if they go from one state to another to get an abortion. So this is what the GDPR is all about. So once we've said that, today, the GDPR is not fully intuitive. Maybe we're tired of pressing a key or to say yes, no, accept cookies and the utilization of my personal data. We could go further in the ergonomy, and we should give power to the citizens. What makes the strength? Why are the GAFAMs so strong? Because they use massive collective data, and they can do predictive analysis and then send them back to the consumers, use them. So there should be a citizen collective force. That is, we should introduce group class action when we want to contest some practice from the digital giants. Today we are alone. We're an addition of individuals versus those big corporations. Tomorrow we should together be able to take them to court. Jean-Marc Bio. Yes, you did part of your career in Brussels. You know the operation of Jean-Marc. Sorry. So, no. How do you analyze this deluge of recommendation? And even, you know, when legal expert talks about a maze or a chaos, so what do you see? How do you see this situation now? Well, there is indeed a regulation, and I close that. But first and foremost, I think the risk of Europe is to think of itself as a kind of an arbiter of a referee for the digital match, and a referee never wins a match. So regulation will not solve everything. It is essential, but it does not suffice. Digital sovereignty will only exist if Europe can master the digitalization of economy. The digital is everywhere, and I have three convictions here. First one is that truly when we talk about digital, we talk about data, and each manager should have a data strategy. It's not just technical issue of just managing an information system. Early on, we talked about 25 on the 25th of March, when President Biden and President van der Leyen did the common speech on the European soil about the war in Ukraine. What do they talk about? They talk about the war in Ukraine, they talk about the refugees, they talk about the hydrocarbon crisis, and they talk about data. Historic and strategic data. If it is a strategic domain, well, it should be the same for any business manager. So how do I get data and how do I enrich data? Raw data has no value. What has value is the enriched, processed, calculated data with huge systems that are cross-border. You know, when you're a country like France, you know, we need. This is where I come to a second idea that digital sovereignty will only exist if in France we catch up on the cloud. We like to have the processing power, computing power. We have to invest in the cloud rapidly. A study of the member of the Cercle des Économistes, Christian de Saint-Etienne, says companies which adopt the cloud have a growth rate 1.5% higher than the others, and the investment for we need 16 billion to invest in the cloud development. The adoption of cloud in businesses is 16%. European Union is 36%. Germany 33%. If we don't catch up, the discussion of digital sovereignty will be a theoretical discussion of academics. So there is a true challenge of migration, and the last challenge is that of the computing power. We lost the power of the battle of the internet. We lost the battle of the digital platform. If we want to be a player of the digitalization of economy, quantic calculation, we have announced a 1.8 billion investment in quantic digital systems. We have to play at the same level as the corporations in the US, and I'll talk about regulation discourse, which is relevant and very strong in Europe, but clearly will gain its full power if we once in Europe we can be the referee and the player, then we'll win the match. There you go. No, so digital is cloud, is soft, but it is also hard. You know, equipment. Huawei is a champion, global champion in this domain. So we know that there's been a lot of controversies and discussions. We talked about sovereignty. So indeed, it concerns the GAFAM, the US, but also the Chinese. A lot of discussions as well about the fact that President of Polytechnics could become President of Huawei France. Now, how did you experience that? And where do we stand in this sovereignty of hardware? Because software needs the software need hardware. We need towers and so on and so forth to run and process data.
Well, first of all, thank you to the Economist to welcome me as an industrial partner after having invited me as an intellectual guest, as the president said, and as the Huawei president, but also as a rapporteur on drugs, because this is a sensitive issue. This is the mission that Edouard Philippe gave me. I would like to remind you that it's not a matter of being completely independent, of having autarky. It's not possible in terms of equipment. We always go back to entrants that are raw materials. We have oil, we have rare metals, a lot of things. And yesterday there was a very interesting roundtable on materials. And we can't close our borders and live on our own. This is something that we can. What is sovereignty? If it's not autarky, then what is it? It's something that Axel has said, namely the capacity not to be weak when we are attacked. I see three pillars for this, for a country to keep its digital sovereignty and its sovereignty in terms of equipment as well. The first pillar is science. If you look at countries which are small states, and nobody challenges that they are actually sovereign states, like Switzerland, they have invested in research and science. And the key for our country, and that's actually the previous presidents of the X school that is talking, when we see that we have lost important people in Israel. I think it's a pity. Why did we see the departure of CRISP and messenger RNA leave? We have to invest in R&D, in fundamental research, and this is why QRA is so resilient, because our founding president actually trusts fundamental science. We go towards the border and over the borders, and then we try to see the applications for the society. We can develop that later on, but this is the fundamental science, very important. But there was actually a question, that's actually a comment. How can we have digital sovereignty versus in Europe versus actually the Chinese digital sovereignty that actually has invested so much in science and R&D? Well, we have a president of university that actually worked with Huawei, that's 14th in Shanghai ranking, and I think we have to put the emphasis on research, especially on fundamental research. 22% of our turnover actually is invested in this. It's something that is very important. The second element also is sovereignty of access to entrance, procurement policy, and this deals with everything that has to do with digital, but competition is very important. We have to keep competitiveness. For drugs, it was the same. When there's a shortage, when we have a complicated production chain, we have monopolies, and we have to make sure that there are no monopolies, may it be for oils or others. There should be not only one or two markets, because when one falls short, then we have nothing. For Huawei, for instance, we never wanted to claim a monopoly in any country. We have no market share that could actually exceed 50%. And competition is something that is very healthy. We trust it, and we like to be on the same competition with some of our competitors. There's no sovereignty if you are dependent on one single supplier. And we need to have acceptance from the society. From this, a country is not sovereign when we have this, when a technology cannot be brought up, when it's criticized by a part of society. We cannot reach that. We have a lot of efforts to make on our side. We're doing a lot to go against electronic illiteracy, because actually 1 person out of 6 actually does not know anything about the internet. We still have people who can't actually fill their tax returns because it is done on the computer, for instance. This is a real problem. So we need to have agreements to equip trucks to go in the neighborhood to educate people who have no access to the digital world. This is very important. We need to have some generosity, first of all. We need to support startups, and we also need to respect the environment. This is very important for the development with operators. We have collaborations to make sure that the digital world could consume as little as possible, because they consume a lot of energy. And we need to concentrate on solar energy with data centers. We have a lot of projects. We need to have transparency. And I would like to invite you to actually visit our transparency center, where you can check out all our materials, and you can see there's no mics, there's no chips, nobody's listening to you. And to go back to this matter of sovereignty, I would like to quote Pascal, which is very important. Since we could only do what was fair, and we could only do what was fair, and this is why we actually did it. Huawei, it's 10% actually in turnover. What does it mean? In R&D, we have 100 billion turnover overall, so that's actually a lot amount of money. That's $10 billion that are invested in fundamental research. Yeah. Olivier, it's your turn. So you are actually a high official at the Caisse des Dépôts. You were always a strong partisan of freedom in the digital world. So can you recall us a little bit? When you talked about the previous convictions of Google, what about it? Can you tell? It was actually an abuse of market that was actually very much quite important. Overnight, Google had a directory of all the websites, and Google Shopping was the first in its ranking, and this is why it was convicted to 1.7 billion penalty, because this was actually an abusive position, because they start with the shopping browsers, and then they made the comparisons with insurance and with the hotel industry, and this was actually stopped. This is why regulations actually allow us to protect European companies, because if they invest in R&D, but if you have predatory behavior, this is what we had with Google, then you won't make it. And this is why I have built a think tank, Digital Deal it's called, to find this third venue to have a European group of important internet companies to respect our values, to make sure that they're respected in terms of data and privacy as well. And we just published, this is on our digital website, a report on GDPR Act 3 that was actually mentioned by Axel. And we can see surprising data. For instance, if you have a Scandinavian gay meeting dating website, you can see where these data go. In GDPR, we can actually see where these data come from. And if you see on the value chain, all the people that intervene, you have aggregators, you have stakeholders, operators, and these are actually sensitive data. For instance, if you want to have Moscow's schedule hours, so that means that all this is useless, right? All these regulations. Is that what you mean? Well, in my opinion, we have an asymmetry between the large corporations which do respect, which comply with GDPR. I'm sure that with Orange this is the case. And the websites. You have websites and applications which do not respect it, which do not comply with regulations. If we say, I accept or I refuse, and with the checkbox, can you have any guarantees that actually everything is respected? If with Act 2 of GDPR, we have to make sure, because we don't have the time, we click, yes, I accept, or no, I refuse, but you have people, lawyers, for instance, who will have class actions, who will make sure and check out how this is made. We'll make tracking of data and see whether everything is respected. Just I would like to speak as a witness somehow on the setting up of GDPR. It was a disaster for the information sites. We had to spend a lot of money to set up all this. We are not the most important, we're not the wealthiest corporations. We are 80% of GAFA, so to say. These are actually the main sources of income. So we depend on this, and all these regulations induced us to invest with our little means, and we're very much monitored. Every time that something happens, we have to have subscriptions. We actually have to sign letters of engagements with lawyers to be protected. And to sum up, not to say that we're anti-GAFA, it actually touches upon other stakeholders in the digital world that are not the ones that we could have considered at first. That's just a piece of thought. There's just a little contribution and input from me. I would like to go back to the wonderful formula of Gianmarco. The arbitrator, the umpire doesn't win the match. With what we have in Europe, the answer is no, actually, right now. We'll start with Olivier, as the official of Caisse des Dépôts. You had to invest in most of the largest European digital disasters relates to GAFA. What is your feedback on this? Do you think that it's a curse? Are we the best empire in the world? And so, since we're the best empire, we can't win the match. Is this your opinion? Well, We have Doctolib, that's one of the investments. That was actually a huge failure. Nobody used it ever. We shouldn't have a round of applause for Doctolib, yes? Because there's also Soitec as fundamental research, which is a wonderful success, and then others that are pending. But what are we doing concretely? France has done a wonderful work to try to give value to research scientists and to have some venture capital at a large size. And this works well. Growth works well. What we're working on, and this was actually a big announcement we made recently, is to have also IPOs. And this goes through finding loads of large investors with the Caisse des Dépôts, and also Euronext tech leader. I'm the administrator of Euronext, and the Caisse des Dépôts is the first investor. And within a European logic, because we have the Amsterdam Stock Exchange, you have also large unicorns in Brussels, in Paris, in Berlin, and now in Milan. We want to favor these IPOs. But we have to have a regulatory framework. The last one we did, and you're right to be skeptical, is DISA. It was done, and it didn't go that well, we have to say. There are not a lot of IPOs that went well recently, we have to say. OVH, that's one, it didn't go that well, we have to say. That was not actually a wonderful success. But with those tech companies, it's not easy, especially on NASDAQ, it's not only in Europe, no. But let's just imagine a DISA where there would be no regulation that could hinder Apple from doing the bundle with Apple Music. And Apple would actually have the same behavior as for Google. They say, okay, DISA is good, but you won't find it on iPhone because I don't like it and I have Apple Music. There would be no future for DISA. And this is where we are betting on this. We have to have a regulatory framework. We're working with the DSA and the DMA to help these startups and to make sure that there's actually a loyal competition. We should be free to invest in DISA and to be able to compete on an equal footing. I would like to have a follow-up on this. Should we have a better regulation? We've talked about the fact that we should be umpires, but should we have a better regulation to have European leaders to try to promote it? A better regulation could allow us to give some place to European operators, but it's not enough. DMA, for instance, is an answer that could have some pros, as you said earlier. For instance, should Google favor only its own products? That could actually give some leeway for the European actors, but we should have a full-fledged European industry, a European policy. And equality of chances will not be enough, in my opinion. Also, your environment, Christelle, is actually a market with a huge competition. We always talk about restructuring because there are too many operators. What is your point of view on this issue of creation of champions of European merit? Does it exist? Will it exist one day, or should we focus on other things? Well, when you're a telecom operator, we have to see that Europe is not one market. And we have as many regulators as countries. And the policy in Europe aims at having 4 operators per country, where we have 3 in the US and 3 in China. And so the relationship with the GAFAMs are actually quite different. And we, as European operators, we work hand in hand together to make sure that we have innovation for the future. We also deploy infrastructures like fiber, because France is actually the country which has most fiber as compared to others. And we invest much more than GAFA, actually. Less in R&D, but more in infrastructures. So the capacity to keep that is critical. It's very important. And what is at stake, and when we talk about strategy, the aim is not fighting on the markets of yesterday, but the markets of the future. We have to have digital worlds in the factories, in the transportation, everywhere. And we have champions in Europe that are industrial champions for software and so on. And we have to make sure that we can continue to invest in infrastructures that will enable these champions to work in an ecosystem to build this digital world that will not be the search online digital world. And the industrial data or the B2B world are actually colossal. And we have to work on this. We have to think this through. But the horizon shouldn't be 2025, but 2030 and beyond. You were talking about competition with Huawei. How can we have European digital champions, especially on the industrial side? So the hat of you should be the president of the Polytechnic, the School of Engineers. When we talk about internal sovereignty of equipment, and when we have a factory in Alsace, for instance, 300 jobs, the aim is to bring back the value chain in the most European way, because we are actually the most European one for 4G and 5G. It is really important to develop applications. And Europe can actually do it, can still do it. We have in aeronautics, in nuclear energy, in food industry, we have champions that actually can make it. We've talked about it yesterday in a wonderful roundtable. They all are facing the same issues when we talk about the growth of growth. Alors, going down on growth is not easy. We need to have an economy. We need to have something to do with energy. The only way to make it and to keep our companies aligned is to make sure that the production processes are more efficient, and this will go via digital transition. We need to have collaborations with those that work on equipments, those that set up these equipments, not only in the public sector. Large operators are not the only ones. We also work with the industrial sector. We are developing equipment for the industrial sector, and the European sovereignty will go through a digital transition of the industry. Axel Lemaire, is there a midterm? Is there between talking about sovereignty and being just a battlefield for the digital world between the GAFA and China? How can we actually have digital champions and leaders? We have no choice, actually, to have this midway. Look at the world. Look at the geostrategic tensions. Do we want to have a bipolar bloc that would sum up at a battle between the US and China? No. And this is why this has actually consequences on the choices that we need to make. I'm actually not defeatist. I've seen a lot of beautiful promises on the digital world for industrial applications, but also in terms of cybersecurity, in green tech as well, all the solutions for sustainable development in health, the med tech as well. The first issue is access to European markets, because paradoxically, when startups start scaling up and they want to scale up, they go towards the US because there's a huge market before even deploying into neighboring countries. My conviction is that the development of the automatic translation by AI should be actually an opportunity for these startups, because then the costs will actually decrease strongly, and they will not have to adapt everything into 27 languages, and that definitely will facilitate deployment in Europe. But also there's a matter of investment. This is a condition precedent. We are aware of it. It's not enough also in fundamental research. The Caisse des dépôts and consignation feeds a lot of companies for application and operational investment, but not a lot of investment is done in fundamental research. There's actually a huge divide in what is going on in corporations. between the public sector and the large corporations, and we should actually go over and beyond this issue and solve it once and for all to make sure that we're up to our ambitions. As for the cloud, I think we haven't said our last word. We always say that between Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, there's no other choice. Well, it's not true. We have Scaleway, LVH Cloud, Clever Cloud. There are other operators in Germany. What we lack is actually education. There are a lot of IT directors that say that they are all for the sovereignty, but they do not actually assume their choice. But in terms of technology, what we're selling to them is not perfect, indeed. It's not really the same as what Amazon can do, but if we give a chance to these actors, to these stakeholders, and collectively we really go for it, then they can actually scale up. It's not really fashionable, but I would like to ask a question. Let's say that I'm the head of the French government and I'm giving a mission to Deloitte. Where should we invest? We can't do everything at once. Research on internet, it might be complicated to create a European digital champion, but are there fields where we should speed up investment? I still have a few billions to invest because nobody cares about the budget deficit for now. So where should I put my money right now? Immediately. We have 5 minutes. You have 1 minute. You have 1 minute and a half left. As I had time, first of all, I think we should invest in quantum. That's in quantum. In quantum, this is very important. 1.8. It goes from 1 to 1,000 fold. That actually will make the difference. That will give a cutting edge to the Amazon of this world. It's not the cloud. It's all the applications, all the power of calculation that comes from it. So quantum calculation is very important. And we should invest in this in Europe to make sure that Europe is a leader in this field. Then we should invest in universities, in also university research to have fundamental research. This is where we are actually lacking and we're lagging behind. And also capital markets. They have a lot of public procurement in the US and their capital logic is there. This is why most of the leaders go to the US because they have capital markets that Europe does not have, and we're not on equal footing there in terms of competition. If we in Europe manage to have capital markets, to create capital markets on this, then we will have this sovereignty. In your strategy, Mrs. Heidemann, where do you place your focus? Are you aligned with what was said? In which sectors do you think should be number one in the future? Where could you be a champion? Well, cybersecurity is important. We need to protect consumers and corporations in a world that is more and more digital, and there's a lot of threats growing. So we're already a European leader in that field, but we continue to invest in that field. But also infrastructures for the next generations. We've done a lot in fiber. We continue to do so throughout Europe, but also 5G, because this is at the heart of our strategy. Thank you very much, Christelle. I thank you all. And I will now let Olivier Sichel wrap up, because he has a lot of positions. And it's interesting to listen to him. He's a proactive partisan of the digital world, but he's also an investor now. So where should we place our focus, in your opinion, in the years to come, or in the months to come, now that we have a lot of money, let's say? Well, cybersecurity, we've just published an important memo, because this is a sector for the future, and we need to have the courage to impose the rules of our game and our rules. And I would like to follow up on what was said. Cybersecurity is very important because it's a major cost. It's a major investment. They keep on investing in firewalls and patches because they have problems with software. When you have a problem with a car and there's a defect, then actually the brand manufacturer will recall all their cars and then repair them. But when there are vulnerabilities in software world, then it's up to the corporations to pay and to have their own patches. It should be up to Microsoft and all the digital giants to do so. Well, you're talking about the American ones, but the European ones should do so as well. Well, that's the game. We have to know what are the strengths and weaknesses, the balance of powers to impose the rules of our game. And I really actually focused on that subject. And you have said it, it's not by being an empire that you can win the match. We have won our bet in terms of unicorns. We have actually exceeded our objectives, but also the environment has changed drastically. The digital world was the matter of startups and the large corporations before. Large industrial groups, Schneider, L'Oréal, they are very much into the digital transition, and now they're changing. And they try to be at the cutting edge of this transition. So I'm very optimistic for Europe. It's both humanist and it also actually relies on our values. Thank you. We'll wrap up on this very optimistic note. I would like to thank the whole panel for their attendance and inputs. Thank you very much.
Bonjour.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome for this session on sustainable development and inclusive development. There are two topics, one which is absolutely obvious and another one which is slightly less obvious, which is who's going to foot the bill? Who is going to pay for the investments, the cost of investments to attain sustainable development? So the fact that these two subjects are linked is not new. Since 1997, since the Brundtland report, these subjects have been tied in together. Let me just give you a definition. Sustainable development responds to the needs of the present, taking care of the most impoverished, without compromising the options of future generations to satisfy their own needs. So we are going to talk about these two subjects. So why are we talking about sacrifice and cost? Why are they so essential? Well, because of social ethics and also politics. We have to bring the working classes along in this combat for sustainable development. And sustainable development is not only going to be obtained by the rich countries if we hope for it to be efficacious around the world, well, then it will have to be an effort provided by the entire world. And if we listen to what those yellow vest protesters in France were saying, and I think they are well represented in this round table, and perhaps in the audience as well, they were saying, yes, that's all well and good, we will make efforts, but let's start by you doing the efforts, because your consumption and, in fact, your carbon emissions are much higher among the rich than among the poor. The same applies to countries, the developing countries. We've had a whole series of COPs where we've been saying, yes, this is all well and good, but the industrialized countries have been the biggest emitters of pollution in history, so you are the ones that have to make the effort, and we would like you to help us, the less developed countries, in our efforts. So there are two different goals. Firstly, that is to make sure that efforts are minimized. We don't want everyone to be sacrificing heavily. And then we also have to wonder how we can fairly share out the burden. And the burden, which will need to be paid in a one-off payment. It's the cost of investment to enable sustainable development. So the answer to the first question is quite obvious for an economist. Our economies are based on the market and the state. They're based on votes and the market. And so we need to combine both. We need the state and the market. The state through planning investments and it's important not to imagine that the market tools, which are carbon taxing, the emissions market, let's not imagine that those tools are old-fashioned now. Well, we've hardly used them at all. The answer to the first question is obvious. It becomes a bit more complicated when you address the second question. How do we go about organizing that sharing of the cost of these investments? I'm going to make some suggestions which may be discussed among the panel members and the audience members. The first idea is, for political reasons and ethical reasons, it would be a good idea to have a rule whereby during the next 30 years, the living conditions of the most impoverished do not worsen. We must commit that their lives do not grow worse, either nationally or internationally, and to define the level of who are the impoverished. I suggest we take a cut-off line, the median, those people who have a revenue which is below the median revenue, which is the 50% of the poorest members of the population, will not see any damage to their living conditions during those 30 years. So they must not have worse living conditions. The cost inside a country has to be shared, not necessarily in a proportional manner, but it must be shared by those whose revenue is above that median line. There are some more complex issues when it comes to the international stage. How do we organize the sharing of this cost, internationally speaking? I'm going to throw an idea out there. Africa, which is the closest continent to Europe, only emits 4% of pollution, Europe 8%, and I think it would be a rather noble gesture for Europe to help Africa and to take that cost of sustainable development in Africa under its wing. It's much easier to start with a clean page. It would be a rather noble gesture for the biggest polluters, who we have been, would be the smallest polluters, or we would help the biggest. It would be great for the biggest polluters to help those who pollute the least to become sustainable. So to develop all of these subjects, we have a panel with some very noteworthy people. We've got Elizabeth Moreno, who will be the first to speak. She'll have 5 minutes to speak. She's the former Secretary of State for Gender Equality here in France. And then I will hand the floor to another minister who's from Singapore. We have the Singaporean Minister for Transport and Trade Relations, Mr. Iswaran. Then I'm going to hand the floor to Paul Hudson, who is General Manager of Sanofi. Then we have 3 representatives of the banking world, the financial world. First of all, Philippe Heim will take the floor. He is at the head of the executive board of the Banque Postale. Then Nicolas Namias will take the floor. He is general manager of Natixis. And finally, I will hand the floor to Maya Attig, who is at the head of the French Banking Federation. So there we go. You all have 5 minutes to speak, and then we will see if there are any questions you wish to put to one another, and then after that I'll open up the debate to include the floor. So kindly respect your 5-minute slot. Madam Minister. Thank you very much, Professor Tranois. I could speak for hours on this subject. I'm not going to be keeping my eye on my watch, so do tell me when my time is up. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a delight for me to be here with you and to talk about a major subject. It really is important, this subject, because 10, 20 years ago, when we were talking about inclusive growth and sustainable growth, those were seen as things which were nice to have. You had to first of all think about growth, and then if it was inclusive and if it was done properly in a sustainable manner for the environment, then that was all well and good. But it was not the #1 criterion. And I believe today things have completely changed. It's no longer just nice to have, it's must have. Priority, there is an absolute urgency here, and let me explain why. Economic insecurity is one of the most frequent worries among human beings. We don't really talk about it very much, but it gives us an idea about the economic urgency, the ethic and psychological urgency inherent in sustainable inclusive growth. Let me give you a very recent example. 2 weeks ago, perhaps some of you may have heard talk of a drama which happened to Melilla. Melilla is a place in Spain where the borderline is guarded quite severely to stop migrants getting into migrant. There were hundreds of migrants who turned up at that frontier post 2 weeks ago, and there was a terrible drama which caused the death of 23 of them. A lot of them take tatty old boats to sail across the Mediterranean Sea, and they've got a 50% chance of getting to the other shore. And if they do manage to get there, they're either sent back home, whereas they've paid colossal funds, the amounts of money that all of their family has collected together to do that crossing, or they die while they're at sea, or they die when they reach land, or occasionally they'll reach land and they get sent back home. So that is a trauma, that is a real drama. But it's not only that question of immigration, which will grow in coming years. Because you can stop 1,000 people who are trying to immigrate because they're hungry, because they're trying to escape war, because they're trying to get away from global warming. We can stop 1,000, you can stop 10,000 perhaps, but you will not be able to stop 10 million migrants. So by 2050, Africa will have the biggest active population in the world. 35% of the world population will be African. This situation implies that it can be an opportunity, because we know that Europe's population is aging today, as is the case in the West in general. Or it could be a total drama if these populations do not have the means with which to take their fate into their own hands, and if the situation continues. But I'm not only going to referring to Africa or developing countries. I'm also going to talk about two other parts of the population. Wherever they are in the world, these are left by the wayside of growth. I'm talking about women, which constitute 50% of the world population, but which today are still finding it difficult to get recognized on the economic market, and also youngsters who despair at the idea of whether or not they'll be able to find a place in the world. Or youngsters also address metaphysical questions about what on earth the future may hold for them. And so today, in our today's world, where there are multiple crises, we've got the environmental crisis, economic crisis, social crises, and political crises. If we don't solve all of these problems collectively, then even those who manage to do okay, that 1%, or the 10% that share 90% of the planet's wealth, they will find themselves in a very worrying situation, whereby each individual will be suspicious of the others. I was lucky enough to live in South Africa, where inegalities are explosive. You know what's going on in Brazil. On one side of the street, you'll have a lovely villa with a swimming pool, and on the other side, you'll have a favela where people can't fall asleep, they don't eat enough today. These inequalities also exist in the OECD countries, because over the past 10 years, we have never seen so much inequality in the OECD countries as in the past 10 years. I believe, therefore, it's absolutely urgent for the entire planet to make sure that the planet, well, which doesn't have a plan B, we all know that what the consequences of this galloping growth is going to be. But if we grow to the detriment of the planet, then the question is, how can things possibly go well? We have to make sure that all human beings have the impression that they can live with dignity by contributing to the development of the planet and developing themselves and enabling their families to develop. Thank you very much.
From Singapore, thank you.
You want mine?
Thank you very much. Bonjour, everybody, and please permit me to speak in English. First, let me say it's a real honor and privilege for us from Singapore to be represented at this event and on this panel. I'll keep my comments brief. I think firstly, we are at a point when we are dealing with an unprecedented confluence of challenges. We're emerging from 2 years of economic and social ravages brought about by COVID. We are dealing with geopolitical tensions and the eruption of war. We are also dealing with supply chain disruptions for a variety of reasons. And in that context, I think globally and at the individual country level, we do need to think about what is the appropriate economic and political policy and strategy that we should be adopting. So I'll make 3 points on that. The first is, I think it's important that, especially at a time like this, we resist the tendency to look inwards, but ensure that we maintain global international connectivity. And we think this is important because when we talk about, for example, even something as basic as supply chain resilience, diversification is an essential part. So it's not just about onshoring or reshoring, it is also about diversifying our linkages. And so we have embarked in Singapore on free trade agreements, and we continue to do that even in the past 2 years. So we concluded an FTA with the EU, and we continue to do this with many other countries and regions. The second point I want to make is we need to think about new ways of growing for the benefit of our people. Because it's not just about doing business as usual, but it's about how we go forward. One is obviously in the digital realm. Digitalization is everywhere, and we need to ensure that our businesses, our economy, and most importantly, our people are plugged into this so that they can realize the opportunities fully. And so we have embarked on digital economy partnerships with many countries, Australia, New Zealand, Chile. We have initiated a dialogue with the EU, and we want to be able to do more of this to create those digital bridges. But the other dimension of this is what we call the sustainable objective, and therefore green economy agreements. This is really where we can come together as like-minded partners and countries to see how we can ensure that the growth that we pursue for mutual benefit is also a growth that is sustainable, that is green, and that does not harm the future of our planet. And then I will come to the last point, which is we want to ensure growth, we want to ensure that it is sustained and sustainable, but most importantly, we must ensure it is inclusive. Because even as we pursue strategies of internationalization, what we must recognize is that the impact on our companies and on our people will be differential. So we have to ensure, for example, that SMEs, the small and medium enterprises, are well equipped to participate in this growth, whether it is going overseas to new markets, whether it is plugging into digital platforms, developing their capabilities in that regard. And I'd be happy to discuss the range of policies that we have embarked on in Singapore in that regard. And similarly, we must invest in our people, because unless the people feel that they have not just the opportunity, but also the skills and capability to participate in these new opportunities, then it will be as they would say, a Pyrrhic victory. What's the point of growth if you cannot benefit the people at large? So this is why investing in training, capacity building is key as part of this overall strategy. So even as we pursue external linkages, new pathways, digital and sustainable growth, it is critical that we also complement that with important domestic economic policies that support the capacity of our small and medium enterprises and also the capabilities of our people. Thank you very much. Merci.
Pour Hudson.
Paul Hudson, the world. The floor is yours for 5 minutes.
To everybody, and thank you for joining the session. I think one thing is absolutely for certain, and we've discovered it over the last 2 years plus. It is impossible to have a sustainable future without a healthy world. We've seen real-time a proof of concept on a global scale that is very clear to all of us that if you can't have a healthy workforce, you can't deliver an economy and you can't get into a sustainable cycle. We saw it firsthand in the pandemic. I think we could see governments wrestling with the equation that was unsolvable about how to protect people from COVID and at the same time how to maintain the economy. And it was a wake-up call for many governments. It's a wake-up call for most of the world to recognize that if you're deprived of health, the implications are simply catastrophic. We know and we saw in 2008, after the economic crisis, that investments in healthcare declined significantly as countries struggled to reconcile budget deficit. We also know at the same time the world is just aging and the prevalence of chronic conditions mean there is more and more need for hospital services and supportive care. So the consumption of health is increasing, the budgets available have decreased, even though we see real time how important these things are. There's a very interesting article in the Lancet, a well-respected medical journal, that points out that from 2030, because of climate change, an additional 250,000 people will die each year for the next 20 plus years. They're deaths that could be avoided. At the same time, we all know, and I think you made the point admirably, is that sadly, those deaths will come from those who are on the wrong side of the equality equation. Those will be the people that had simply no choice. Now, for us, we recognize as a healthcare company, and I think healthcare in general, that we need to work as a public-private partnership to do things the right way. It's not possible for one actor to solve the challenges of providing a healthy world. And we are ready, if you like, for that challenge. Just let me give you a statistic. The average person in their life will create 16 tons of carbon emission, the average person in their entire life. If that person has diabetes, it'll be 48 tons. So how can that be 3 times as much? Simple. The consumption of hospital services, jumping in the car, going to see the doctor, the consumption of medicines that are required to be created by companies like ours. There is absolutely no choice but to make the populations healthier. If you're pre-diabetic and you get good coaching and good nutrition, you may not become diabetic. That's your battle. But on a global scale, that is a 3x saving in carbon emissions just because you made a better choice. There is so much that we need to do. For me, I lead part of the Sustainable Markets Initiative, a recalibration of what it's like to deliver healthcare. And I'll go to COP27 to try and present the ideas for saying virtual health is better for the patient and better for the environment. Big hospitals in big cities are a legacy artifact of healthcare systems that need to be modernized. That if we don't come together to do something meaningful and think that it's okay to underinvest in health and then watch people struggle and develop disease, we lose on 2 fronts. We lose in terms of life, we lose in terms of inequality of healthcare delivery, and of course, we damage the environment repeatedly. It's a bit of a wake-up call post-pandemic to say we need to solve it together, we need to solve it now, we need to save lives, and we need to recognize that the existing model is simply just too broken. So we'll lead it from our side in Sanofi. Only 9% of our own emissions come from making medicines. 91% of our emissions come from scope 3. 91%. So we'll solve what we can on our own, and then we'll work with our partners, as we hope healthcare systems and healthcare companies will do, to try and do something meaningful and recognizing that if it's not now, then I simply don't know when.
Haim, vous avez la parole maintenant pour 5 minutes.
Haim, the floor is yours for 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Alain. So I will talk about focus on 3 points. If there's any doubt. Well, there's an urgency. The second point is that we need to get organized. This transition will have an economic cost, a social cost. I think we have to be extremely clear, and we have to steer clear from the vision of the transition of like something that will be simple and happy, but it'll be costly. And secondly, we have to be in motion. This means for each of us to move towards a just transition, an acceptable transition. I don't think that a lot of people in this room will be against the fact that there's an urgency we're faced with. There was the leader of English bank that tried to defend this thesis a month ago with the success we heard. No. Just to go back on a few elements here, today we've measured that climate warming since the last 2 centuries is at 1 degree. If we do nothing, we'll be beyond 2 degrees. And 100% of this warming is of human origin. You all know the figures that are scary in terms of the depletion of the biodiversity. We really have to act. And I think it's something that doesn't raise a debate. No need to spend time on this. But there's now the question of the transition itself, which will have a cost, obvious cost. The investments we'll have to make at the European level, according to the Commission, it's 350 billion euros of annual investments. It's considerable. It corresponds to the Danish GDP. If we do nothing, we'll have additional costs still. The IPCC have considered that a bad transition will have a cost that is 10 to 20% higher in terms of GDP. But having said this, I think we need, like in line with what you said, I think we have to make proof of lucidity. Scarcer energy, more expensive energy will probably hinder our business models. It will have an impact on our social balances. The subject is not degrowth. We're not there yet. But there will be an impact on the potential growth, on the creation of value in time. This is something we have to integrate. And the cost of a more expensive energy, it's not properly distributed around the population. And this is something it's equally distributed. It's important to take this into account because behind this is one key issue is the social and political acceptability of what we will, acceptance of what we will undertake. We saw the Yellow Jacket movement. We saw the reaction of African countries who say, you know, us, those big international banks who no longer finance oil and gas operations. Some African countries suffer from that. And to conclude this, I would say that we need to steer clear from the ideal perception of transition or vision of transition. We have to accept things realistically. We have to set ourselves in motion consequently. So what to do? I think we can be proud in Europe all together. We can be proud of having a collective organization that is massive, especially if we compare to the US. Global, systemic, and I find quite encouraging. We can, of course, talk about the taxonomy and the time it took to achieve this, ex-GNU program and elements like reporting elements, like everybody to measure our results, like Paul mentioned. The scope 3 is really the nerve of the war. I mean, it's really the most important. The fact that we can publish the impact of our actions, it will help us to be in line with scope 3. And there's another point that is lesser known is the BCE will integrate the climate constraints in its monetary policy, and notably in the purchases of corporate obligations. And it will introduce conditionality, which will have a strong impact on emitters. because we will have to hold to trajectories that are set. The financial sector, be fast because I'm taking time here, we're in a specific domain because we're at the crossroads as investors. We grant credits through the management of assets and insurance activities. So the stake for us, the challenge, is not only to make our results greener. The objective is to change our governance methods, our KPIs, to make sure that the transition is perceived as an element of performance. That transition be perceived as a corporate performance indicator, and that everybody agrees with that. And secondly, the idea is that our customers become actors of this transition. So to open a range of products that enable them to act positively in this sense, whether they are individuals or enterprises. And my conclusion, I think I was told that I'm done, is what's important is that we have to make sure that our compatriots in France and abroad agree with us and are on board with us in this process. Thank you very much.
Philippe Namias.
Philippe Namias now. So I will talk on behalf of Nicolas Namias. There was a bit of a mistake on the name. So anyway, I'm happy, really happy to be with you and to talk about this topic, the topic of transition. And the topic, I'm going to be talking about the transition from the point of view of a financial institute, how we accompany this transition. So I would like to focus on three simple ideas. First of all, I'm convinced that the financial institutions are there to be a catalyst for this transition. Second element, the concern that we should have is that, and this is the discussion we had this morning with an acceptable transition and the financing of this just transition. As we said, things are not simple. There are some certain number of topics that correspond that we need to take aback. Anyway, first element, I'm convinced that financial institutions are there to be behind these transitions, support these transitions. Our role has always been to finance projects, our customers, of individuals, of corporations, but our role is to finance their endeavors. And I think, that's why I do this job, is that if we weren't there, these projects wouldn't happen, and the transition wouldn't happen. I'd like to think in the opposite way. So how does a household, for a family, how can it purchase an apartment, a house, without banks or financial institutions? Wouldn't be possible. Or it would be a world of inheritors. And also, how can an enterprise invest in transition without banks or financial institution? It would just invest its results, its profits. So it means that without a financial institution, the world is just static. I'm convinced that our role is to make and to accompany a dynamic world, accompany the transition. That's the first aspect, and that I think is pivotal. Once this said, the idea is, what is a just and acceptable transition, and how, for an institutional organization? I propose to have two ideas. First of all, they are not ruptures, okay? Ruptures will add complexity, injustice. We have to be in transition. The second element is that we have to make sure through our financial solutions to accompany all the actors in the sector. Take an example. Environmental transition. How do we position financial institutions? How do I position Natixis to accompany this transition? Banking-wise, talking about as a banker, two things. First element, we have to make commitments to accompany transition. So we are committed to have a portfolio temperature of our results. Each time we make a loan, I allocate a temperature to this loan, and this gives me a result temperature. I have an objective, 2.5 degrees by 2024, 1.5 degrees in 2050. Today we're at more than 3 degrees. It's normal. It corresponds to the global temperature of the economy. The major topic today is how I accompany this transition, how I adjust my loans to make my results go from 3 to 1.5 degrees. That's the constraint. And it goes through a dynamic positive position aimed at developing tools, developing financial solutions to accompany our clients in this transition. That's on the banking standpoint. For the investor, same reflection. The fair transition is to enable to accompany our clients in their projects, and we have just invested in a management corporation that is developing a new financial technique. Few seconds on this topic. I find it a very good example. We call it the blended finance. It means that the management committee, which is called Sun Funder, that we are integrated in Mirova. What does this management company do? They mix two types of investors. One investor that will take the first losses, the first risks, and often they're foundations, and investors that have more traditional risk appetite. Through this, we'll have a lever enabling, since I have a first investor that's ready to take the first losses, accept the first losses, I have a leverage effect and I can finance more risky transition projects. So there are solutions for the fair transition. Third point, and let's not be naive, we have elements to deal with. I think we have two elements to tackle. First is today we are supported. The idea is that we have an offer transition that is driving us. It's supported by enterprises. It's driven by financial institutions. We are in an offer transition. So the idea is that this transition will not happen sustainably if we don't accompany this offer transition that is anchored by a demand transition. The second major element, if we want to anchor the fair transition in time, is to anchor it through the crisis. We see that the crises come one after the other, and they are becoming sort of like a new norm. What is the natural reflex for each crisis? The natural reflex is to go back on our commitments. We take commitments when things are going well, and the crisis questions these commitments. We have to maintain our commitments in times of crisis because it's becoming a new norm. So there's a trajectory. It's not easy, but there is a trajectory for this transition.
Notre dernière intervenante.
Final speaker, Maya Attig. You've got 5 minutes also. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Yes, in such a meeting such as this, we should have at least a quarter of our roundtables that pertain to this subject. So we are currently getting into agreement that we have to act more fast. As the speakers already said, we're not here to talk about the observations. We've made those observations. Now we have to act, and act quickly. For several years, the mindset was back to back, saying it's not me, it's down to the other party to act, it's easier for the other party, etc., etc. Why should it be me, whereas I don't really pollute very much? But we're leaving that mindset behind us very quickly. I think nobody nowadays would speak like that. The third element is this word which has entered into the French debate, which at the end of the day stems from what has been mentioned about European developments, and that is the word of planning. I think the return of the word planning means that we can get around the table and work together. So why is it so important? Well, at the end of the day, we need to take collective decisions, and we need collective instruments for taking readings and measurements. So coal pollutes more than other fossil fuels, which are more pollutant than renewable energies, etc., etc. So we can see the direction in which we must head. The speed at which we must all advance, and we're only talking about energy here, and the way this is adapted to different regions in the world will vary from time to time. You mentioned earlier on that if Europe were to help Africa, but there are many emerging countries where projects to set up less pollutant energies than coal or than fossil fuels, but which may be more dangerous to biodiversity, will pose a problem. So we need to agree that in absolute terms, nobody's perfect, but in relative terms, we're heading in the right direction. That is really important. We have to have opportunities for collective decision-taking. Then we also have to have collective readings, collective statistics. It's really difficult. I know we've heard this in another roundtable. We're all somebody else's scope 3. And so that's something which we must take into consideration. And these measurement tools are difficult to put in place. Some of you in the room may have been following this debate on extra financial reporting and standards. It's really complicated. What you described, Nicolas, about a very simple measure, takes years to be constructed. And today we are constructing that together. And in our banking, the French Banking Federation, we're working on that, not yet internationally, but in France, we want to be able to collectively measure our journeys, our itineraries. And that means that different trajectories will be different. All of the banks have signed up to Net Zero Banking Alliance, and the Federation is encouraging its members to do so, with different actions to be taken, and this demonstrates that each individual has a list of tasks to accomplish, taking into account their profession, their environment, and the transition that is required, changing the way they work with clients, for example. It's a question of aligning emissions with the trajectory which will take us towards carbon neutrality, to use credible transition scenarios that are published, and to concentrate efforts in those sectors which emit the most, whilst being attentive to transition of the entire economy. So yes, we're talking about economic changes, but also renovating homes, for example. 58% of the cost will be covered by savings, and the rest will be covered by credit and public funding. So market by market, we have to identify which actions need to be taken, and we need that thermometer. So I'm going to ask a few questions. First of all, to Madam Minister, perhaps you could tell us, because you've had a lot of international experience, perhaps you could tell us in Africa, how does the man on the street, but also the governments, how do they broach the question of sustainable development? How do they see the convergence of African economies towards sustainable development? What a great question. Africa, like the rest of the world, sees these issues of sustainable development tumbling upon its shoulders all of a sudden. Yes, Africa pollutes least because it produces less than everybody else. In Europe, we produce wealth today. But whereas it's having difficulty developing in terms of technology and science, for example, it knows that it now has to change the way it produces, so it will always be lagging behind the rest of the world. And for those among you who are familiar with Maslow's pyramid, it's really hard to ask someone to think of the global situation when on a day-to-day basis that person cannot even satisfy his or her own basic physiological needs. Africa is a great example of these new possibilities of producing differently. As the African continent does not have the heritage that we have here in Europe or in America, both north and south, in Asia also. It's easier to create something in Africa, to create something new and to produce differently than it is in a country which is highly developed already, where there may be more difficulties to change habits. It does not mean that those companies must not knuckle down to it. I think we've all said that the cost of lacking to act will be much higher than the cost of taking action. What I'm trying to say is that on the African continent, if we invest differently in human beings, in the human capital that is there, because that's where the heart of the issue is. Everything depends on the human capital. We've put human beings at the service of the economy instead of putting the economy at the service of humans. And that's what's killing us. I think we should take a look at the African continent and identify how we can produce there in a sustainable manner whilst using the science and the technology at our disposal today, because let's admit it, I think we've never had as many scientific and technical resources in order to solve all of the problems in the world, if only we would approach the subject smartly and collectively. Because today, whether we like it or not, public institutions are not working enough with private institutions. We do not have enough global data, and that means that the African continent finds it really unfair that we're asking Africa to contribute as much as those that pollute a lot, whereas it is so lagging behind in that kind of development. I've got a question now for Mr. Minister from Singapore. We all know that Singapore is a rich country, that has had an amazing career path over the past 40, 50 years. It's way ahead of us all in many aspects. In terms of technology, for example, I just would like to know whether or not you're optimistic about the fact that Singapore will reach zero net emissions. You have made many commitments in Singapore, but I don't know that that is an international commitment. However, are you optimistic about the fact that you will respect all of your commitments? Are you optimistic about the fact that Singapore, which is an advanced society, will meet those objectives?
Thank you. First, if I may, we don't think ourselves as a rich country. We think ourselves as a country that keeps on trying to create a good quality of life for our people. And there's not just economics, but social policy and a larger government policy involvement. Second, I fully agree with Minister Moreno that in the end, the measure of the success must be how our policies impact on the lives of the people. Because it'll be a very hollow achievement if you have very high GDP growth, but the people do not feel the benefits of it. And that's why whatever the policy to grow has to be complemented by domestic policy that supports it. Not just in terms of training and capacity building, which I mentioned before, but also in terms of sustainability, because that is your intergenerational compact as well. Then your question is, will Singapore achieve it, and are we, am I confident? First, we have stated that we are aiming for net zero by the middle of the century. And that is a firm commitment, and for people who know Singapore, you would know that when we make these sorts of commitments, we take them very seriously. Second, I think when you make commitments like this, they must be backed up by policy, and that's key. So I'll just give you 2 or 3 examples on that. First, we have declared a price for carbon. We are taxing carbon in Singapore, and by 2030, we will be pricing carbon at between $50 to $80 a ton. That is a serious commitment. It has impact on our industries, but we are very clear that if we don't do this, the incentives will not be aligned, and importantly, we will not be able to mobilize the resources to achieve the kind of trajectory that we are seeking. Second, we have also made some very specific commitments in terms of transitions in our economy. Singapore contributes, by the way, I enjoyed your comment that everybody is somebody else's scope 3. And we are 0.1% of global emissions. So we're a very small scope 3, if you like. But we take our commitment extremely seriously because this is a problem of the global commons, and we all have to step up. So some of the things we're doing, I'll just give you a few examples, say in the area of transportation. Land transport accounts for about 15–16% of emissions in Singapore. We have moved towards electrification. Half our public transport buses will be electric by the end of this decade. In other words, in the next 6 to 7 years. And we're also moving towards electric vehicles. And across the island, we will have something of the order of 20,000 electric vehicle charging points deployed by 2025. And by the end of the decade, we expect to reach about 60,000. So that creates the infrastructure, and the government is firmly behind it, but working with the private sector in terms of the service providers. So that's just a couple of examples. We're working on sustainable aviation fuel and also for maritime, because we're also a maritime center for ammonia and so on. But if I can bring it back to the key point, which is, I think at the end of the day, whether it is, in terms of sustainability or digitalization, we have to ensure that our small companies and businesses and our people see the value of doing this. I think if we don't connect that dot, both not just as a matter of rhetoric or policy, but also in terms of lived experience, we will not succeed in mobilizing the support of the broad mass of our people. And that is key, because it's not easy for people to fully appreciate, and I think your point was absolutely valid. If the trade-off is between meeting my basic needs or some other consequence in the future, it's a tough trade-off to make an argument at the ground level. So we have to find ways to bring these together, connect the dots, both in policy and in action, so that we're able to achieve this sustainable and inclusive economic trajectory.
Merci. Et dernière question.
Final question. For the representative of the private sector, I would like to know, you've got an international point of view, you've got subsidiaries in other countries. Do you feel in the countries in the south where you are based, do you detect real commitment to adopting this point of view of sustainable development? And how, within your group, within the group that you run, how do you feel that you can help your subsidiaries in those countries to reach their own goals, taking into account the global objective? Two very simple ideas to begin with. First of all, this isn't only a question of North versus South. I think the relationship to that transition and the questions of ESG in general is quite different from one country to the next, from one continent to the next. Our group, Sanofi, we're all over the place. We're in America, for example, and the relationship that we have to transition with our clients in the States is not at all the same relationship as we have here in Europe. So I wouldn't oppose North to South. I think this is a question where all around the world there is not the same commitment nor speed committed to the transition. That's the first point. So I think the question is not so much of saying there are continents where we're going for it and others where we're not. I think we need to accept that the pace will be different. Second component to my answer, we have solutions which we bring forward. I mentioned we've got a new management company which is really innovative. We're inventing new techniques for projects in Africa because we know that there are more risky projects which are micro projects, and so we've invented this financial tool to help those projects. Thank you very much. Paul Hutton, if you'd like to chime in there, and afterwards Philippe Heim, and then I'll open the floor to any debate.
That will make the 30 world's most essential medicines as defined by the WHO available not for profit to the 40 poorest countries in the world. And we do it not for profit, not at a low cost. And we do it not for profit because these countries simply don't have the infrastructure to give those medicines to patients or to even have doctors or nurses to help. And I think we need to be aware of our responsibility that for us, for example, in healthcare, you know, dropping pallets of medicines from planes in difficult countries to see them just wither away in warehouses is just not a sustainable approach to healthcare. The best thing we can do is to make sure that we're on the ground and helping the infrastructure, training doctors, nurses, pharmacists, making sure that medicines are available, making sure those that need them get them, because you know, we can't just assume we're sat here comfortably in the West and that people will figure it out themselves. We need a help.
OK. Deux phrases, Philippe, pour conclure. Oui. Parce qu'on me demande, je suis pressé par...
I'll just end up with a couple of sentences here, and this is a coherency of any action, no matter where you are. We are a business that has a mission statement, so we have got a mission, and through our insurance activities, we are a lot in Italy and Brazil, and we have been committing to fund new low-carbon projects by 2030, and that coherence is essential wherever we are based. Thank you very much. Thank you to the speakers. It was such a vast subject. We could spend all day talking about it, but the climate in the room is heating up, so that would have put an end to it, I'm sure. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous, je vous prie, s'il vous plaît.
Please do take seat, and for those who are in the monsieur devant, vous pouvez lui demander de oui, qu'il se déplace, lui. Ouais. Lui, il faut qu'il se déplace. Le grand là. Non, il n'a pas compris. Il n'a pas compris.
Tu veux vraiment faire ça?
Valérie Millon, member of the Cercle des Economistes, who unfortunately will be on video because unfortunately she's COVID. She's had everything we had is COVID. And we now, with us in Aix-en-Provence, we have with us Laurence de Villiers, who is a teacher at in Saclay, and Sophie Narbonne, who is a director in charge of economic regulation in the CNIL, the National Commission on Computer and Freedom. Ramon Fernandez, who is financial director for Orange. Mathieu Courtecuisse, president and founder of a consulting group, SIA Partners, who've just bought a group in Australia. I think he's got a great ambition. And then Mrs. the Minister, Secretary of State in charge of childhood. So I will give the floor to Valérie Millon so that she will introduce this session on regulating the GAFAM. Thank you, Eric. Welcome to this session on regulating GAFAMs. I would like to apologize. I cannot be with you, but as Eric said, I've been COVID hit. So the weight of the GAFAM in the economy is growing, and this is even more visible, was even more visible during the pandemics. In addition to the growth, claims against GAFAM become more intense. For example, has been charged with eliminating competition in social networks by buying at a huge price Instagram in 2012 and Instagram in 2012. You know that Google bought YouTube in 2006, and it is now being attacked for its practice of monopolistic practice for search engines. So the main domain or the main blame against GAFAM is that they hinder competition. So again, these anti-competition practices of the digital giants, what can we do in terms of regulation? First option would be to tax the GAFAM. This means that we would need to have a rapid evolution of the legal framework designed for traditional economy, in the sense that only companies present in one country could be taxed by that country. But the GAFAM escaped the rule because they offer their global services being installed in a country of their choice, which has the most advantageous tax system for them. So therefore, GAFAM do not pay or pay very little tax. And discussions are now in progress at the G20 to impose a digital tax, but so far, till now, it's been rejected by the US. An additional lead could be to ask the GAFAM to provide financial contribution as a support to digital infrastructures because of the importance of the traffic that is generated. A second lead, which could be practiced, would be dismantling GAFAM to interrupt their growth. So the expected benefits of such an operation would be quite doubtful. Why? Because so it would be easier to regulate a large number of actors of GAFAM instead of a large conglomerate. No. The monopoly power doesn't guarantee the monopoly would be removed and could actually extend to several sectors. And the dismantling of GAFAM would cause probably a weakening of the GAFAM against the Chinese GAFAM, who can become almighty powerful, much more powerful than the US counterparts. So the dismantling is not in the agenda right now. So third lead would be that penalties and financial sanctions, even though they can be significant, they will intervene ex post, and their amount remain limited versus the the profits made by the digital companies. A fourth initiative would lead to major interest. We have a legislation project provided by the European Union via two texts, the Digital Services Act and the Digital Market Act, the DMA, and the adoption should be done in 2022. So the DSA should regulate the illicit content of advertising, the hate talks and fake news which are broadcast on digital platforms. The DMA would concern the regulation of competition on digital market, with the will to basically minimize the monopoly or domineering position that will affect competition. Third aspect, what we call the Governance Data Act, is also planned concerning the sharing of data between the various players in society. This European legislative project would provide an ex-ante regulation framework and not a form of ex-post measures to correct, the gaps within the competitive practices. So regulation becomes, therefore, preventive regulation. Another ex-ante regulation lead would be to control the way data is collected and provided to third parties. Data available to the GAFAM is becoming a full-fledged strategic tool, and this is needed on the market. They are needed on the market. But anyway, simply to minimize the competition of third parties, of the giants, the GAFAM, we could make the access to data more difficult and exclude them de facto from the market. So the question is that of regulation of data, and it should logically will be done by the competition authorities. Eventually, what we can see is that regulating the GAFAM is a very complex task, and we will need to find the correct balance between regulation and non-block hindering regulation and competition. So we'll discuss this today with our speakers that we're very happy to and very honored to welcome. Eric, I give you the floor again. So this is the general table, or picture, if I could say so. Now, rapidly, let me tell you my feelings. In fact, regulating GAFAM is what we are doing, actually. It is difficult, it is tedious, but don't think that we do nothing, as we hear sometimes too often, and especially in Europe, which is, actually leading the process, as Valérie reminded us. So what do we do within this European legal framework? So, Laurence. Thank you, Laurent de Villa, professor at Sorbonne and researcher at the CNRS in artificial intelligence. I work with economists. I don't work with economists on that topic, but on the behavior of customers, of people, individuals who use AI through their mobile phones, social networks, and so on and so forth. And I work on standards. Why? Laurence just published a book, a lovely title, I rushed to buy it, called Emotional Robots. Emotional between brackets. So, emotional robots. And anyway, this is an attractive title. Can robots have emotions? So I come with research on what they call affective computing. So I'm doing machine learning. So, I try to the legislation we are setting up in Europe, the DAI, DMA, DSA, this is essential to preserve our market. we have a certain power. We are a very attractive market, and as Madame Lagarde said quite rightly yesterday, we do have allies coming on this market. So it's a major market, and we are a major market, and we can see this through several aspects. First, GAFAM are here, BATX, Huawei is more and more, Alibaba is here, Alibaba, who's taking over will deal with the Olympic Games 2024. Huawei, for example, is present for standards. So started with the idea that we need to reinforce our economy. We have to believe in this. We have to risk. If we are not able in Europe to try innovation, to preserve our values, we'll hit the wall. So in the solutions, we will rely on law, on legislation in progress, as well as on the ethical rules of ethics. You know, how do not give your data, don't be manipulated by the systems. We need to educate. And the third point are standards. And standards, we do them for industrialists, European industrialists, so that they can innovate with values, you know, paying attention to the energy expenditures and by creating a market for us. It is essential to understand that standards, and I'm in charge right now of a standard called AR Enhanced Nudge. What is it? Well, it is basically incitation to do nudges, you know, but in digital, you know, it's exponential. So, you know, you got that, you take a hotel room, and the little line said 25 other people are looking for the same room. So I click on this. All this is, well, so you have to be aware of those systems, the ubiquitous system which capture our emotions and data. But what is it, meta? You know, emotional prison. You know, I will not be able to distance myself real from me in the metaverse. And behind that, there will be new jobs, new psychiatry to be considered, and a lot of vulnerability. And the last point I would like to describe here, indeed, we have to understand that we are vulnerable. We're vulnerable versus the systems. You know, rules, law of ethics, and the economic market should be here. The European market is joining new forces so that we could develop innovation, which would be respectful, positive, responsible, and responsible of the energy consumption, of the presence of men and women on an equal footing, you know, gender equality. And 80% of systems that talk to us, social robots and so on, they call Alexa, Samantha, women bodies. Are they just servants, you know, robots that can be turned off at will? So consider what is being represented in digital society. Just imagine tomorrow, underground, Huawei is behind, and many players try to establish that we have to be aware of the fact it is a war, and we need all the forces and all the forces in multidisciplinarity. Don't think we are heads and we don't think about the consequences. It is the alliance between economists with IT experts, philosophers, and in society, a plurality of digital humanity that we will be able to take power. And remember, we're very good. We don't say it enough. We were very good in maths. We were first in Shanghai rating and Saclay, third in La Sorbonne. So what are we going to become if we don't believe in it anymore? Last year, little flag, I'm president of the Blaise Pascal Foundation, organized by Cédric Villani, with Serge Abitboul and other major players in the digital world. And what does it work? What does it discuss? You know, the mediation in mathematics for school will be on Nintendo Télématin, 12th of July. So please, you know, we have to push for the idea that we need to educate as we do the regulations. And it is essential that economy should be at the heart of everything we're going to do tomorrow to remain positive innovation, again, responsible for all. Sorry, okay. So we will now give the floor to Sophie. Sophie Nerbonne will call the GDPR, you know, another European initiative, which functions. How? Well, badly? Well, thank you. But I'll do transition now with responsible innovation, or the objective of general regulation, general data regulation is one of the solutions when it comes to regulation of GAFAM, just as the rest of the digital economy, because the text, the GDPR applies to all professional domains, private and public, and concerns only personal data. And we've seen that they are the heart of all the deployment strategies for new technologies, new services, and tomorrow's product. So the stake is huge, and indeed, possibly for 4 observations to beforehand for the application of the GDPR. First, it's not the single solution. It should be more and more. It should be balanced, and through the interregulation, regulators we should not work in silo. I'll come back to this, and it is especially with the competition authority. It is work we done in depth, work we do in depth, but not just for the cases we may have to manage on a case by case, very much like it takes place in the UK or in the Netherlands. Second, the GDPR, everybody says, not just the CNIL, so I can say it, I can link up the fact that it is a success, legally speaking, because it is now a global standard, adopted, used all over the world. We talked about it in state of California, Brazil, as well in Africa, where they inspire themselves from it, but they don't actually. Well, so it's a European success, so I think we can be proud of that. And the European Commission wants to redo that again for the Artificial Intelligence Act you've talked about. Now, there is law and reality. When it comes to reality, 4 years of application, we can say indeed that lots been done, but it's not sufficient, and we cannot really talk yet about a operational success, as we could talk about a legal success. I'll come back to that. And fourth remark, I'll conclude by saying that, well, I'd like to pinpoint the role of businesses so that they should use more significantly, well, it's a constraint, but as a performance accelerator, because it is a vector of trust, for clients, for suppliers, the entire supply chain partnership of digital ecosystem. Yeah, now we can see it. All partners ask if there is a GDPR conformity, hence the deployment of certification system and good professional practice codes. So clearly, as businesses, you have a responsibility to use it simply, as a competitiveness asset, because this will is part of a competition parameter, just as the price. So I think for a circle of economists, it was worth mentioning. Now, no, I have 2 minutes left, so I will insist on the question of extraterritoriality, which for a long time was the major issue to be able to regulate GAFAMs. And in that respect, the GDPR was a breakthrough, because once you target European citizens, wherever the company is, unlike what was presented initially when it comes to fiscal law, rules apply. So therefore, European companies know that there is no distorted competition, because foreign companies have to comply and follow the rules. And there is a sort of a monitor of the law, the European Court of Justice, which clearly takes very emblematic decisions which create legal stability for companies and administration, when it says, oh, sorry, the agreement signed between the US and Europe to guarantee the protection of personal data going to the US, well, does not comply with the European standards, so I will invalidate this agreement. So clearly, there are huge difficulties to find right now. Now it's a question of time, to find solutions, but which led us in the instruction of claims we get more and more. They doubled. The claims doubled between 2016 and 2019. And it's just the beginning. So So on this question of extraterritoriality, a stronger position taking to maintain pressure, to keep pressure, and we can see law is a weapon. Law is a weapon. We must know how to use it, as the US and Chinese do, by the way. And you know, in terms and on the mode of regulation, maybe give you some illustration about of what I was saying. Our regulation is done ex ante via the production of guidelines, the good practice guides, and so on and so forth. We announced what we know what we were going to do. We did it for cookies. You know, we heard in the previous conference on digital sovereignty, GDPR was a disaster for press editors. It's not the GDPR, it was the business model of cookies, which is based on the predating captation of that internal web users' data. The CNIL issued recommendation. It left enough time for conformity compliance, and then, you know, we move on to repression, punishment ex post with sanction, you know, unknown sanctions for, okay, it's not much, but for example, this year, for example, in 2021, it was 247 million euros, mainly in we're dealing with cookies when it comes to Google and Amazon. And now I will conclude by saying that indeed, when it comes to digital education, all actions that we carry out through a collective that federates more than 70 entities from the academic world, corporate foundations, and so on and so forth, we must continue and add up to what is being done and what should be done. Thank you. Europe defends the values, you know, but I think all this is based on this, you know, the defense of values is based on an economic and technological solidity, robustness, which is somewhat damaged vis-à-vis the overpower, economic and technological overpower of the Chinese and the Americans. Now, from that viewpoint, can we have a picture of the European force? Are they regaining ground when it comes to the economy and the technology? Ramon Fernandez. Thank you, Eric. Good morning to all of you. 3 quick points. First, why is it a topic? Second, what did we do? And the third one, what should we do? So why do we be worried about GAFAM regulation? Well, Hubert Webrin, who will take the floor tomorrow, published geopolitics. You know, the geopolitics dictionary, but there are very, well, quite a high number of references referring to GAFAM, sovereignty, overpower, influence, Alexander the Great, and so on and so forth. So quite a lot of them, and we can see GAFAM have become full-fledged players of geopolitics and of today's world. So we got to be, well, to be concerned about it, but still pay attention to it, because those are the new masters of the world, the new shapers of the world. We cannot ignore it. It's not just, you know, it's just an obsession with regulation in France. It is a societal stake, bearing in mind that Europe is fragmented, it was said early on. So Europe is a playing field which is rather open, and it is a playing field for such players. Second thing we have to be aware of, and why we should, you know, take care of it. So take 20 platforms, the 20 largest platforms in the world, none is European, and you can see that those players have gained highly dominating position. Google is 91% of global search and queries. Difficult to get a pie of the market, part of the share of the pie. If you take musical, Netflix is 45% of the video in the world, videos in the world. Sorry. So the players diversify on the. For example, Google started on search, and today is 10% of the global cloud. That's the first thing of players who are key, and with multiple impacts, and we can't dwell on that. But then what did we do? Eric was right to say so. In fact, a lot of things are being done. We talked about the GDPR, which fuels different comments, but it is a progress nevertheless. DMA, DSA, Digital Market Act, Digital Service Act, that we have to, what the text have been, that has been a prowess, that was a record time, Thierry Breton, both, with the President of the European Commission, being happy about it, with all those who contributed to it. So in terms of regulation, what they call the gatekeepers, platforms, and when it comes to competition control, there are major breakthroughs to avoid what we call the killer acquisition, because those giant, when someone crops up, they buy it over, and they do great things, but therefore the competition cannot grow. And then there are less obvious progress on international tax system, because the rule of unanimity in terms of fiscal system is hell. To make a noticeable product, it's complicated. Anyway, progress are being achieved, and they've been concentrated on a better regulation for consumers, which is, of course, essential. We should be happy with that. We'll have to go into the application of the text. Those are DMA, DSA. These regulations are direct application. You don't have transposition into local or domestic laws. This is all very well. We all complain all the time, but trust me, it's good. Let's face it. So when it comes to a telco op, telecom operators, okay, I'm Orange, telco op, so Christian Edman was saying it this morning. We do invest like mad, we're happy to do so. But as a manager of the one GAFAM was happy to say, your investment are our profit. So the topic of telco, and he was saying it, it wasn't a sort of a confidential offer. No, it was just do invest, you telco ops, invest in infrastructures, and we'll make profits. And indeed, we know the capitalizations. So the amount of stock capitalization of the three first European operators was lower at the beginning of the year to the smallest of the GAFAM. So, it is an amazing unbalance of power. So what can we do more to avoid such telco ops who make it possible for the digital world to exist without our networks? They don't exist. So we're not the only ones, of course. GAFAM have invented amazing services. They were able to innovate. Without the networks, they don't run, they don't function. And the more they grow, the more we need to invest in our networks, because we have to absorb this capacity. Two priorities for us. First, competition policy. There is progress in the DMA, but it has to work. We have to make sure that the fat ones will lose weight, they're obese. So we have to make sure that but we want to allow the smallest to gain a bit of weight. So we have to look at the world geopolitics. China, the US, and the telco ops should be able to reinforce themselves. In the US, they went from 4 to 3 operators. In Belgium, they're introducing a fourth operator, 4 in Luxembourg. I don't mind. I like Belgium and Luxembourg, but it doesn't make sense. So telco ops should be stronger, more consolidated to play on the global market. Otherwise, we'll be dwarves, and we will cry about digital sovereignty for a long time. But operators will have left everything, and it will be private equity funds who will take over. Second thing is a discussion we call the fair share, and Eric, you mentioned it early on.
What is very strange about this world is that the GAFAMs do not participate in the funding on the infrastructures that we deploy, whereas we actually think that among the next 4 years we'll have to invest 10 extra billions. In France, no, in Europe. It's huge. And 55% of the traffic is done by 6 platforms. So what do we mean by the share? This is actually a debate that we have within the European Commission that we opened this spring. We say, okay, GAFAMs should participate in the funding of the infrastructures, and that will be a huge struggle. But it's actually quite existential. Concretely, how? Well, when you're in a car and you take a highway, then you pay for the toll, right? It seems normal. GAFAMs, our friends that we love, they do not pay anything as a toll. when actually traffics explode, and that requires actually a lot of investment. We actually have this in Asia. There was a requirement from a platform, I won't quote it, that's a court of justice that decided it, to actually invest in the infrastructures to face the explosion of traffic related to, it was actually a TV show that actually required a lot of appetite, and that was in South Korea. Thank you. I like your idea about making the fat ones lose weight. There's no GAFAMs around the table, as you can see. We don't give them the floor because it's not very convenient. They are under the table, if we may say. Can we say that? In the room as well. Some of them are in the room. I haven't asked. I'm not asking you to defend them, but maybe we should ask questions. Actually, I would like you to speak as if you were defending them. So in terms of regulation, we can talk about innovation as well and say that now we really need a lot of innovation. We have to localize it, of course, but when we have disinflation, we should have more IA, we should have more productivity, and we need these ecosystems that would be placed at our disposal to develop growth for the 10 years to come, to fight against carbonation as well. We need tech companies to fight for decarbonation. It's very important, and regulation should position itself as well under the aegis of innovation, not before, but after. And I think this is very important because we're not going to regulate things that have not existed until now. So now, the impression that is ours is that these platforms or these giant tech industries do not care about regulation. It's wrong. They are afraid of sanctions because their reputation is at stake, their capital is at stake. A platform nowadays has 500, 600, 700 regulators throughout the world. It's much more than a bank. They have more manpower dedicated to managing regulations with Meta than in a bank. So they have understood how important these regulations are and the weight that they have. But beyond regulations and the objectives that they pursue, if we take the example of GDPR, as was said earlier during the previous roundtable on the same issue, when we look at competitive themes like online ad, even if it wasn't the first purpose of GDPR, it actually speeded up the concentration. And for these stakeholders, for them, I think that rather have regulations rather than having litigation, because it has a cost. And they are overwhelmed nowadays with litigation and being sued. And this is why, with regulations, it channels litigation potential. And we need to have regulatory frameworks, and we can take a profit in terms of competitive dynamic, because this is what we want. We want to have competition. And with the arrival of TikTok, for instance, it created more concerns than the arrival of GDPR. So these competitive dynamisms, when we say, okay, we have dominant positions that are such that we cannot have anyone arriving, well, it's not true, because we have someone which arrived very soon, and it will be forbidden in the US very, very soon, I think. It shows that it is possible to challenge them. So, we can still do something. I mean, but it was in a Chinese way. Well, yes, but it was also a market share acquisition in the US that was actually important. And we're not really up to par with the TikTok market share right now. So we can still challenge them. So why can't we in Europe have such giants? Because we only think about regulations, but never, it's starting to, but we never think about public procurement. Maybe we could have, we're more thinking about regulations than having public procurement to fund breakthrough innovation. we want to have our values transcribed and our rules, but we could have them in a book of specifications. We'd rather have texts of law and to pile them up rather than steering actually calls for bids. But there is a European engagement. Actually, it's changing. Yeah, we're changing. But it's been going on for dozens of years. We actually have a train to catch, really. And in terms of, we have to invest more in breakthrough innovation and rather on new legislation. And these stakeholders have started to learn as well and thinking about regulation when we see it with the metaverse and the addictive behaviors that could actually result from that. We've been working on that. And we can see that they are anticipating a certain number of functionalities that should be part and parcel of these platforms that could have some problems in the. And they're not waiting for these regulations. This is why it's so hard to regulate metaverse, because the regulators do not know what there will be in the metaverse. And so it's up to the stakeholders to understand and to anticipate that and to self-regulate themselves. We have to recognize also that the place of these stakeholders is very important, and they're also partners of the state in the fight against terrorism, for instance, fight against pornography, human trafficking, the fight against money laundering. It's of vital importance now. And so we have to weave and forge these partnerships. We shouldn't always be pitted against one another. And we have to work with them. What is important, therefore, is to find arrangements and to make sure that these partners actually work more on R&D, that they have operations that will be more deployed in Europe, that they work on the deployment on these ecosystems. This is exactly what's happening. We have a cloud of trust because we understood that we couldn't build everything from scratch and regulations couldn't prevent it. Thank you. You've just mentioned pornography, so dear Minister, you're in charge of childhood. What could we do to protect the children? Thank you for giving me the floor. I'm talking about the public sector, and especially a public that is very specific, that is actually the age group of children. It's a target group, but it's also a vulnerable group. You've talked about sovereignty, economics, you've talked about competition. I'm going to talk about protection. And you can understand that, of course, I'm in favor of regulation, but not only, it's not enough. And I think that we should combine, we could actually engage the stakeholders in our actions. A few figures that could actually be very self-eloquent. We have 9 years old, 18% of children from 6 to 7 years are actually registered with social networks, TikToks and Snapchat. The proportion increases to 40% for the age group of 8 to 11 years old. Of course, this could be a leverage of empowerment, education. That doesn't mean that it is a disaster. As is said in China, they want actually to cut off all access to social networks. But there are consequences that could be harmful. At 12 years old, 1/3 of children have had access to porn content. 20% have been victims of cyber harassment. And these figures actually increase to 25% for high school pupils. So that's very important. Without having figures, it is also demonstrated that the important use of iPads for children has actually physical consequences, but also mental consequences. And the use of tablets, of iPads and phones by the parents also has consequences on the language evolution of the children, because there's less interaction between the parents and the children. This is what's happening to us. I'm not going to hide the fact that the health crisis had actually multiplied by 10 by the problems that actually are affecting children. Families are actually overwhelmed right now in front of this use. They don't know how to handle that, how to act upon it. Should they actually give orders? Should they educate? That means that we have a long way to come. I'm in favor of regulations, as I said. It is true that the arrival and the adoption of DSA is good news. The enactment of the DSA is good news. We know that it has been actually adopted by the Parliament. We'll have fast content for to fight against terrorism, child pornography, anything that is online. The President of the Republic has charged us with my colleague, Mr. Barrot, to work as a supplement to this act, to work on content offered to children. We're not working on the providers of content, but rather on protection from the public service. And this will be in my roadmap. We also have national legislation. Operators will have to implement the systematic introduction of parental control for access for any content that is accessed, being given access to children. But we have to inform and educate parents. And not a lot of parents actually can manage the parental control access. That's part and parcel of the things on which we have to work on. Legislation, of course, that implies that we need to educate and inform. This is why I gave you some figures. But we also need to train. At school, they have started already with some PICS training. They started to inform on data. When I was talking about children, we need to give knowledge on the rights and the risk, algorithms that can actually send them into a tunnel of information that is very specific. They need to have this information, and we need also to have element of information on this risk that is their own risks. A lot of operators are working on that. I'm sorry to promote e-enfance, which is a very dynamic association contributing to training at school, training and educating parents. But also there's the 3018. That's a telephone number. You should actually insert it where everybody can call to whistleblow cyber harassment events, but also to talk about any kind of events that they have to experience online. That can actually help with GAFAM to have access on this information. And GAFAMs can rely upon children and the young people because they are the ones that are the most relevant to talk with these people. And there's a lot of good practices that have been set up, that have been disseminated by the children to the children. Sometimes we have to go further. We have police officers, law enforcement agencies that are aiming at working on this and on GAFAMs whenever there's actually criminal actions undertaken that we cannot accept, of course. I've said a lot of things, and we're very committed. This morning, if I manage to actually trigger some red alert, this is a good thing. It's a very wonderful and deep partnership that we have. CNIL, the Data Privacy Protection Agency, is working on this as well. We have to work within our private life, but also within our economic spaces, via the parents, via the corporations, to convey this message. GAFAMs are indeed a space that is extraordinary, but beware, because there are vulnerable age groups, there are vulnerable population groups, such as our children. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. There's a lot of topics, and we should actually dwell on that subject. Do we do enough? As Europe has to change size in terms of sovereignty, when we say that half of the parents are completely overwhelmed, they don't know what to do, isn't it up to the public authorities to take control, to take over? We've talked about China that decided to prohibit online games, video games for children when it exceeds 3 hours a week. That's actually completely against freedom. We want to educate our children the way we want, but that's a matter of freedom. Do we do enough? That's what I'm wondering. We certainly don't do enough, bearing in mind all the stakes, all the risks, that can actually have an impact on the mental and physical health of our children. Education and training and information are always to be favored rather than prohibiting things. We have standards that have been taken over by the French legislation and also substantiated by the French legislation. We have to work with all stakeholders, GAFAMs included. And as you said, there's a huge economic wealth of resources, and our children are actually a target that is very interesting for advertisement. We should use them, and I'm sure that themselves, they have an interest in participating into the training and the protection of our children, because our children will be the end users in the future. And so it needs to be done with common values. Laurence? Yes, I love this energy, but for 5 years, I have to say that I haven't seen a lot of trainings. We actually are promoting coding at school, but we should also talk about safety. What do we do when we're manipulated? What about game addiction? And I haven't seen any training on this. And all these associations that we support are good. I think we should work hand in hand. It's a national association, so I think there's a lot of places where we don't have a university, where we can have an ecosystem that would collect all these venues to understand what's happening. And also there's a huge concern on education, because we do not have IT teachers overnight. We won't have them overnight. So in the reality where we are, with seniors, with the elderly, we have to ask people to come back. How can we do that smoothly to engage a study on IT, AI, ethics, data safety, to raise awareness as well on the energy that is spent? I think our children could understand it, and their parents as well. When we talk about associations in Vitry-sur-Seine and in Clermont-Ferrand and elsewhere, we should push for it. And I haven't seen this effort really made by the government over the last 5 years. So I think that thanks to you, you're actually opening up a huge boulevard for me when saying that, because this is part and parcel of my road part. The president has said it again. It is a priority. I have a lot of leeway on the digital world is a priority. Yesterday I was in Praha, because they're actually taking over the EU presidency. So we need to have a fourth pillar on on childhood issues. We'll definitely have a spin-off act from the DSA to talk about children. I'm optimistic, but I'm also stubborn. And on this subject, I think we will work a lot on this. They have an essential role to play, the public authorities, but we have to rely upon the monitoring and control authorities. But I think you're quite severe, because monitoring authorities have done a lot already. But let's regulate the GAFAMs, but bring them along. Let's make them tag along in our projects, because childhood is a subject that is quite consensual. Protection of children is something that we all agree with, and GAFAM certainly will join us. They have already invested funds to protect our children from the negative effects of the products of GAFAM. I can stream. It's the first time that I'm speaking it's up like this, but I really counted on this being said. So another subject, we should regulate GAFAMs, but for this we have to go to see where they are, and they are in the US. Who can actually give us a little overview? The president right now is trying to do something, but they do not have a lot of political power within the parliament. So should we reach out? What should we do with them? Hamon, do you want to talk about this? What we could say about this is that there's also very tense debate on this subject in the US as well. In California, there's a GDPR in California. It's not really the same, but it's something which is important. There's a huge debate on that subject. It's a huge subject of debate on extraterritoriality of laws. It's an old subject, but we definitely have to continue and make progress on this, because this refers back to the capacity of Europe to determine its own standards, to impose them, to exist on the international forum. On European digital identity, in Europe we have dictated our own standards, mainly from the social point of view, environmental point of view. It's part and parcel of our DNA, and I think we should continue talking about this. We need to have tools, we need to have operators. We still have the capacity to have digital operators, stakeholders, that could remain active in telecom especially. I'm sorry if I talk about this, but I'm utterly convinced about it. If we do not create a regulatory framework where everybody can find its place, the GAFAMs will carry everything away with them. In the US, when we talked about sanctions, sanctions are much bigger in the US than in Europe, you have to say. It's actually billions of dollars. So authorities, may it be the AG Commission, which is actually the equivalent of the CCRF, they actually impose huge sanctions. But there's no equivalent of the GDPR in the US. There are sectorial laws. It's important to say that for the protection of minors, the Americans had adopted a law that is very tough, with difficult implementation, because for the minors, it's difficult to actually determine the age of a minor, but that's actually a legal issue that we have to solve, and we're trying to have experts giving opinions on that. There's no federal law yet, but there are state laws right now, and you were referring to California. In one word, I think it's quite interesting to explain why California enacted this law, because it's a millionaire who actually made his wealth out of real estate, actually realized that all his 4 children were actually on spending all their time on iPads, and he said that's not part and parcel of our values, and this is why he invested a lot of money in lobby offices and in lawyer firms. And they saw that there was this GDPR in the US and in Europe, and they tried to copy in the US. I'm sorry, we have to stop because we actually have to go to the next session. I thank you for your attendance, and we'll now go to the next session. Thank
Voilà, je crois qu'on va commencer.
We are going to get started here. So this is a debate about reconciling economics with politics. So I'm just going to start the debate and introduce my panel members. I'm delighted to welcome here Valérie Pécresse, Ross McInnes, Antoine Ferraud, and Edouard Philippe. So I'm just going to say a few words of introduction, and then I will hand the floor over to our panelists. So one of the questions that we're going to address during our debate is how do we draw up reforms that economists think will be efficacious, but which will be politically doable and acceptable. One approach to reform is what you might call the Pigouvienne approach, where you try to maximize productive efficiency, so you have the biggest cake impossible, and then you can share that cake out. We can separate production from distribution in that system. And if we take a look at the first reforms of the previous presidential 5-year mandate, tax work, with the flat tax in particular, and the reform of the labour law and the Pellico law and professional training, one can say that that was more or less the approach. These reforms were very efficient. We created 1,200,000 jobs during the previous 5-year mandate. And there have been new businesses, more businesses created than ever in the past, and the purchasing power went up until the Ukraine war hit in, of course. And so then I believe that at every level of revenue, French citizens saw their purchasing power go up during the previous 5-year governmental mandate. So that's the good news about reforms. It's very efficient. The cake was bigger, so there was enough for everybody. And then we had the yellow vest demonstrations. And then the scheduled increase in the cost of petrol and other things really set Paris or set France alight, and they were no longer concerned about climate change, whereby, although climate taxes will enhance the situation because the polluters who pay, and the carbon tax, we know, is a key instrument in the energy transition and in the combat against global warming. It pushes businesses to be greener and to innovate in a green way. So the carbon tax has to be done. We cannot get around it. It's one of the key tools in combating climate change. So this was a reform which all of the countries have carried out, that right-wing and left-wing governments in the past have been pushing. Over 80% of the French population are behind it, but it didn't work. And the question is, why did it not work? So a recent study carried out by Stéphanie Stoncheva, who is a Harvard professor and who also works at the bank, and she carried out a study of the OECD, and this survey carried out an opinion poll on how climate change policy is perceived. It covered 80 countries, about 60% of the population were covered. And what does this poll show? It shows that supporting environmental strategies requires two things. The policy has to be perceived as being efficient, but on top of that, it has to be perceived as being fair. And that's the problem with the carbon tax. We all thought it was going to be fair and efficient, or most of us did anyway, whereas in fact the program increase in petrol costs was a bit of a regression. In fact, in terms of percentage of your revenue, it was impacting more the poorer families, and it really did strike those families who lived out of city centres and who did not have any other means of transport than a car. In France we have fast trains. You can go from one major city to another, but to get in from a banlieue into a city centre, then it's just not as good at all. It could be much better, let's put it that way. But that's not the... Let me not digress. So in Germany, it's the opposite. They don't have very good train services between major cities, but they have excellent services from the outskirts into the town centre. So in France, we were struck by that. The richer people were seeming to get away from that because often they live in the city centre, and if you increase fuel costs for them, they're always going to be able to buy that more expensive fuel. And then there was a feeling of injustice, which explains why the reform did not work. There's another reform which seemed to be fair and equitable, and that was the pensions based on a points scoring system. And this point-based system seemed to be a good retirement regime. There were no special regimes. It was the same for everybody, same thing for everybody. And so it would fluidify the labour market. And then I found myself one day in a debate where I was with someone else who was defending the reform, and there were some teachers who were saying, but we're losing out a lot. We have small salaries, small bonuses. We make up for those small quantities with our pensions. And so they did all the calculations, and we realized that what seemed to be simple was in fact rather complicated, and what was fair, what seemed to be fair, absolutely was not fair. So the political economics of reform is a thrilling subject, and there are always the same questions which are begged. I'm going to list these questions, and I'm going to hand out the microphone to my colleagues. The first question, which is risen, says, when do you need to act quickly? When do you have to do a big bang? And where do you have to go in gradually? So in many of the reforms, we've had to go very, very quickly. We've had to use that state of grace, and there are other areas where you can go more gradually. One example of a gradual success was vaccination. At the very beginning, we said the most vulnerable can, if they want, get a vaccine. And those vulnerable people got vaccinated. So we learned a bit more about the vaccine. So it made the virus less contagious. And then everyone else could vaccinate. It was a very gradual approach. And once the majority of the French population had been vaccinated, and then we did our vaccine pass, because there was political support for that pass, and it was a wonderful measure which the President of France decided to bring in on the 20th of July last year. And I've carried out some surveys on the health front and the economic front, and it shows how very virtuous that pass was. So this is an example of a gradual approach. A gradual approach enables you to build up constituencies in favor of the reform and then to get the reform improved. But there are other situations where that's just not possible. So when do you need to go gradually, and when do you need to go quickly? Second question, so how far do you have to go to compensating the losers? A few years ago, with the Atelier report, there was a book that was written which said that you have to compensate the losers when you're reforming how the taxi industry works. It's not changing the cost of the transition, because we're not compensating those losers. So how do you compensate them, and how do you sort this all out alongside the speed of reforms? And now the third question, can politicians do without civil society and service sectors? A politician may be tempted to say, I've got to go fast, can't listen to anybody else, but when should that politician say, I'm going to have to take the time to negotiate, no matter how long it takes? There are times when you have to waste time to save time. There are some times you can say, in Germany, they spend a lot of time negotiating, in Sweden as well, so you have to decide when it's best to just forge ahead or when you need to take the time to negotiate. So there's a question about time there. Following question. Are you fed up with all my questions already? Have I already used my 10 minutes? And I've got to start the debate? Is that what you're saying? Sorry, I'm almost finished. Okay, my final question. I'm forging ahead. How can we shift from a system whereby the state is totally powerful and ignores the rest of the population? And how can you change that situation? In Scandinavia, they've changed that. Why can't we do that? So I'm now going to hand the floor to Valérie Pécresse, André Ferraud, Ross McInnes, and Edward Philip, not necessarily in that order. Valérie is going to talk about how we can reconcile the country with the idea of reform. Antoine's going to talk about finance and politics. Ross is going to talk about the market which needs civil society. And Edward's going to talk to us about a lot of things, including the need to reconcile the French population with the facts. and with education, with economic education, they need to understand the principles of economics. So thank you very much, Philippe, for your introduction. We have prepared this roundtable, but Philippe hasn't actually given us the questions which we're supposed to answer. Apologies, because I hadn't intended to answer his questions anyway, so I'm just going to give it off the cuff here. And perhaps my approach will be quite gradual. You will remember that wonderful sentence, it's a stupid economy. Stupid economy. And I'm not going to ask the question, but who said that? Was it Bill Clinton? Bill Clinton talking to George Bush for the American presidential election. What was he meaning by that? He was saying that economic reality always comes to hit us in the face, and we have to make sure that the economy is healthy, because there's no great country without a great economy. So that chimes in with the debate of the French presidential election. And we all think, or a lot of us think, or have thought since General de Gaulle, who said that politics is not decided at the stock exchange, until all the way through to Mélenchon, who thinks that economics have to bend below social reality. So we've all got a different view about economics. We think today that we have been caught up by economic reality. There's a paradox in this country here in France. We have 2 of the 8 most recent Nobel Prizes for economics. We've got economic thinkers of outstanding levels. But at the same token, we have 168 economists who are signing for the LFE program. So what does that say about France? That says that we are passionate about equality, which is greater than our passion for freedom, and we are passionate about social issues which dominate absolutely everything, which even dominate the reality of the economic world. So I must tell you that whatever the cost, that famous sentence said by Emmanuel Macron, has made the French lose interest in economics. Because if you can have an open bar policy, writing checks left, right, and center, without imagining there's any kind of problem, then why on earth should the population make any effort? Why do we need reforms? Why do we need to work more? Why do we need to reorganize our work, our jobs? That's it's impacting the way we view relationships between each other. That whatever the cost has really sent a scud at reform. The new monetary policy is a hot issue. Stephanie Kelton wrote a book which really did cause an uproar in the economic world, and she was saying that you can print as many notes as you like, banknotes as you like, to re-trigger your economy. However, this question here, that type of monetary policy, which is very expansionist, is coming face to face with the increase in interest rates, a rise in inflation, and all of these crises. So today, we are suffering from the whatever the cost. So we can't keep writing checks left, right, and center. Perhaps it would have been better for us during the COVID crisis, rather than doing whatever it costs, to do whatever it takes. So in the government, they were saying whatever it takes. This is what we need to get through the crisis. Whatever it costs is an open bar. So I would have stood for a more targeted policy, which went hand in hand with structural reform. Because, and this is the subject that brings us here today, how do we reconcile the French with this notion of reform? Well, reform must not constantly be synonymous with social damage. It must not be synonymous with blood, sweat, and tears. Reform has to be a win-win situation. The French have to be able to see how their lives will improve thanks to reform. That's the difficult thing. We politicians have very rarely succeeded in explaining how a reform can be translated into an improvement of day-to-day life. So how do we go about making reform not necessarily popular, but at least palatable How can we get the French on board with this idea of reform? I think that we need reform in France because we need to tell the French the truth. No one's telling them the truth anymore. We have a debt which is sky high. Bruno Le Maire, I think he's going to be here tomorrow morning. I think he's changed his tune a little bit compared to 2 months ago. So we do have a debt which cannot go any further than sky high. We've got huge trade deficit, which is a testimony to the deindustrialization of our country and the waste of our and the fragility of our productive fabric. And then despite what I'm hearing, we have interest rates which are much higher than our neighbours, or that the unemployment rate is twice as high as our neighbours, because we do not have a proper policy to get our youngsters back into work and teach them new trades, for example. That is the truth and nothing but the truth. And I am telling you, I've been saying this for months, and I'm going to continue saying it. I will always say this to the French. I will tell them the truth, even if they don't want to hear it. So we have to tell the French the truth. And to do that, you have to give them a desirable reform. I think there are 4 or 5 vital reforms here for our economy, which we are going to have to do, and we're going to have to be brave enough to do it. We're going to have to reform the state. Public performance is not a swear word. We can no longer remain champions of the world in terms of taxes and have public services that are not at the same level. We may have the best health, transport, all the rest of it, and we were proud of that. But today, what do we have? Protect, educate, and care, the 3 care missions of public services. The soul of our country, protect, educate, and care, is paid for with your taxes. Today, we have very poor performance in all 3 fields. Our justice service is completely flooded and drowning. We have a situation which is really tight, and our hospitals are no longer recruiting. We are not recruiting any healthcare workers. So public performance has to get back to the center of everything we do. And that is how we will get the French on board. Because if we offer them better healthcare, better protection, better education, more opportunities in life, well, then we will win them over. And to do that, we have to reform our state. We've had enough of bureaucracy. We have to reform the state. We have to be brave. We have to decentralize, because we'll be more efficient if we're closer to decisions. And getting back to Philippe's question, it'd be better to knock down some constructions and build again, rather than try and fix them from the inside. I know that from my own experience in my region. Sometimes it's better to close something, shut it down, and start again from zero, because in this digital age, we can create new processes. We reinvent the state. We need to reinvent the state. And then we have to take a look at pensions. Well, there's not very consensual, no one's looking to get everyone on the same side here. We have to balance out pensions, we have to have a social pact, and we cannot do without, it's essential that we do guarantee people a calm end of life. And that means taking a look at, from the foundations to the rooftop, we have to take a fresh look of how we live, how we produce, how we consume. So the 3rd big reform, and then the 4th big reform, is labor, it's work. We no longer work in the same way. And all over the world, people are throwing in the towel. The COVID crisis has really got people disconnected from their work. We need to get people reconnected to their work, give it meaning, give it remuneration. Of course, and if we reform pensions, I think we should lower pension contributions. Let's make it a win-win situation. We have to have a win-win situation. We have to have higher salaries, better working conditions, new working conditions, and we have to give meaning to work. These are so key for our country. And just to wrap up, because I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I am convinced that a country that does not manage to reform itself will end up with a revolution on its hands, because an absence of reform increases social tensions. The French people who see that we do not have the necessary leadership to transform our country, well, they are starting to feel afraid. I would quote Hayek, who has really well understood legislation in these crises and the different speculative bubbles. He said economic achievements are born out of political action and not out of good intentions. So sooner or later, the time of action comes. We mustn't remain Keynesian. We mustn't go on with this whatever the cost. We have to be brave enough to trigger reform.
Antoine.
Antoine, go ahead. Thank you, Philip. So, if we want to reconcile politics with economics, we need to give a definition of those two concepts. If you want to have a prosperous and solid economy, it's necessary to have a framework for economic policies, a framework that is clear and consistent, embedding economics. And the majority of people should subscribe to it. So it can be the market economics, i.e. capitalism, as part of its framework, administered economy as well, or something else. In France, we chose market economics with a framework, the civil code, the code of commerce, the labor code, and the environmental code, to name but a few. So in terms of economics, politics rules the roost. To reconcile economics with politics means that having an efficient economy with some political achievements. So the economy should be efficient. But there are some constraints, there are some political constraints that have to be dispelled, but that's the opposite. So politics will call the shots because it was a choice that was made by the people. There's a framework we've discussed, and as part of this framework, the economic stakeholders can work in favor of market economics, and administered economy doesn't work. Why? Because people won't be prosperous. There can be other choices as well. But the relationships between economics and politics should be governed by common sense. Politics will call the shots, setting the framework, and politics will give the trajectory, and the economic stakeholders, as part of this framework, will optimize their own actions. And of course, there are some constraints, political constraints. Let us take the environmental framework or the environmental code. So the best way to make sure that all of these stakeholders in economy pollute less means that if you pollute, you will pay more. That's why you have the polluter pays principle, and for most economic stakeholders, when you pollute, when you release CO2, when it is more expensive than not releasing or remove it, the political or the economic stakeholders will remove that framework. And the same goes with the labor code and the code of commerce. So if you want to reconcile economics with politics, is to talk about the framework for economic policies desired by people, and the economic stakeholders and players are citizens, and they can be part and parcel of these discussions. But collective choices, political choices, should talk about economy's expectations. What do we expect from a company? Is it only economic performance, or is it a social, societal, environmental performance, or are we just expecting from a company an economic performance, a financial performance? So I think that this is a debate that is being dealt with in the framework law in order to expand the role of economics and the way we can reconcile economics with politics. So if economics rules the roost, I think that the economic political framework will vanish into thin air. It will be disputed and it will be erased. So we need to establish the right priorities, and we need to start from the top, i.e. to have a top-down approach. We need to lay the cornerstones first. But I think that you have a toing and froing movement. When we talk about the manifestos of politicians, most of the time they are helped by sociologists, economists, and they work out a manifesto. So it goes both ways, because you have some long-term ideas. You have green innovation, the importance of higher education, for growth. I mean, these ideas were not enshrined in the discussions. When the economists put forward these ideas, and when the politicians decided to take up those ideas. So Ross, of course, I mean, when you discuss ideas, I mean, we need to take on board all the ideas. But in terms of decisions, I mean, the politicians, I mean, will translate these ideas into policies. Of course, we've said that politicians, I mean, can't make a good job, but it doesn't mean that the economists should take up those ideas or should take up those policies. Ross? So, market, state, and civil society. This threefold approach. What is your take on that? Thank you, Philippe. I'm a lonely liberal person. So if you have a look at what happened over the past 2 years, these are the 3 C's. And my perception has changed. COVID, climate, conflict, the 3 C's, as it were. First, COVID. First C, the state worked efficiently. And the state guaranteed the economy some jobs, some skills were preserved and protected, and social cohesion was beefed up, and our employees were protected. Climate. Antoine talked about that. With climate change, there will be some choices. Choices will have to be made, and only politicians can impose these choices with CO2 rates, and some saving measures should be implemented in order to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. And the role of politicians is key. And then there's a matter of regulation. Third, C, conflicts. So we've witnessed tragic events of the past 6 months. So all states are sovereign, but we revisited our supply policies. We are talking about friendly shoring, near shoring. So with these 3 examples, the economics and politics should interact. Remember what Gordon Brown said about Adam Smith. You have the invisible invisible hand, and the invisible hand needs some help. So the politicians, they need the state, but the state should be reformed. And I will provide you with 3 examples. The state was the ultimate guarantor of the economy, but when there's a leak of water in my home, the insuring company or the insurance company will redeem the costs, but they won't choose the paint. What is important is to focus on the right innovations, because the state is not imbued with a risk culture. So in France, it is legitimate to waste public money, but it is unacceptable to waste public money for cultural reasons that are well understood. So everybody has a role to play. And we talked about energy transition. And I think that every year 3 points of GDP will be used. Households, companies, businesses, and state will have to do their part. Some people will have to make some sacrifices, and the state will have to protect households. Investors will have to invest in profitability. And of course, they will have to invest in capacities, and then the state has a role to play, because the state will have to relax a tax pressure to enable households and companies to make these efforts without undermining their margins and without undermining the necessary efforts in investments. So the public treasure shouldn't be the vampire. So I will use two formula. Edgar Faure was quite cynical, so we decided to instruct changes, but there's a sense of status quo, and I don't know how to stop the status quo. So I will be quite sanguine, and I will use and quote Jean Monnet. So men will accept changes when it's a need, but there's a need when the crisis is rife, and that's true. We are in a crisis situation. So now I will hand over to Edouard Philippe, and Edouard Philippe will be touching upon different topics. Of course, decision makers have a role to play, and citizens, they are cross with facts, and maybe we are not knowledgeable about economics. Economics is different to maths, and 2 + 2 does not equal to 4 for many people. So how can we be reconciled with the principle of the economy, with the economic principles? So floor is yours. Thank you. So to reconcile politics with economics, there are different layers. So it's very difficult to come up with an all-encompassing answer, and I do share what has been said by the different speakers. So what does it mean to reconcile economics with politics? And I decided to come up with the most basic definition. How can we make sure that facts, economic realities, science mechanisms are taken into account as part of public action? And it's another way of talking about politics. So what is the role of public action? So when you raise that question, you think about politicians, whatever their beliefs, they want to make progress. They would like things to move ahead, and they are using their beliefs and convictions in order to do some good to the country. All of them, all politicians, all political leaders. So the task should be easy, but at the end of the day, it's not easy at all. It's complex. Why is it complicated? Why should we reconcile economics with politics? I mean, those two terms are not antinomic. We shouldn't ask the question reconciling gravitational law and politics. When you take an apple in your hand, it will fall. And we can explain why the apple falls. So the politics won't explain to you that the apple won't fall. But in economics it's different. Why? Because my hunch is that all together, and I'm not targeting specific politicians, and I'm considering everybody. I think that we can tell stories and we don't look at facts. And that's fascinating. From time to time, we are misled by our own views, and we need to look at facts. Political debates are overexposed with lots of different positions and postures. If you have a look at the media, journalists, most of the time, they focus on editorials, but they don't analyze facts in the relevant fashion and in the public debate. So people are telling things that are totally disconnected with gross facts. So basically, we're misleading ourselves. So it can do some good. It can be part and parcel of a narrative that will revitalize, that will energize people. But at the end of the day, when you don't look at facts, I mean, facts will look at you. And the facts are tough from time to time. So most of the time, we focus on rationales that are out of touch. Basically, you have some side positions that are not in line with reality. And that's not compatible with this idea of reconciling economics with politics. That's why it is really difficult to reconcile politics with economics. Second reason, in my country, in our country, I'm not saying that I'm different and that I'm an expert in everything. That's not the case. In our country, there's an economic culture that is quite restrictive. I will give you an example. So if you consider prices and the way they are established, there are lots of smart people who've written about a price, how a price is being established, designed. But you have price variations. It's a matter of making sure that supply meets demand. And in 30 seconds, I mean, have given you all my knowledge in economic science. This is something that I've understood because, as part of the French public debate, and whether you come from the left or from the right, there are some people who will tell you that freezing a price won't have any consequences, or there might be some impact. Basically, the price is frozen, so it won't change. But that's not the case. When you freeze a price, of course, I mean, the prices won't change, but there will be a lasting imbalance. And if it's a sensitive topic, there will be a mismatch between supply and demand, and other policies will have to be implemented. So most of the time, you need to do things differently, but it's not always rewarding. So at the end of the day, there are some significant mechanisms that are out of touch, or there are some mechanisms that are not implemented. So we prefer to mislead ourselves instead of looking at the facts. I think that there are two people, I mean, who agree with me on the issue of prices. So the fight is starting. Moreover, you have to consider other interactions. You have economic stakeholders who are engaged, who are committed, and you have politicians, you have the academic world. But I can tell you that all those bodies interact. But of course, we don't see eye to eye on many issues, and there is not a positive trend. So allow me to give you an example. So we talked about pensions, and rightly so. I'm not only interested in pensions, but let us focus on rational insights regarding pensions. So we invented an instrument called the core, the high-level civil servants with an economic background. So it's a matter of being rational in a debate. Most of the time, you have a debate based on postures, based on personal interests. So what have I noticed when I decided to focus on pensions? Basically, we don't want to look at the facts, and we like to mislead ourselves. So we've made some assumptions, large-scale assumptions, unrealistic assumptions, in order to take on board everybody. And we thought that we would get a consensus, and there are some people, according to the different assumptions, we don't need to change the pension system. So if there's a 3% productivity in the next 10 years, we won't have to change our pension system. But we haven't recorded a 3% rise in productivity. So that's why we need to reform the pension system. So this kind of science is not where we would like it to be in order to set the cornerstones. So I'm delighted to be with you. I'm next to a prominent economist, so I've been thinking about pensions. In 2017, the President of the Republic was elected. He wanted to embark upon a pensions reform. It was too complex, too complicated, but a very smart pension system. And this pension reform was prepared by economists. It was a smart pension reform that he had in mind. Allow me to finish. I'm just trying to do my own therapy. So it was a very intelligent, smart pension reform. It was complex as well, and there were some people who said, be careful, it might be an intelligent, a smart pension reform. It was a fair pension reform, and it was supposed to be an efficient pension reform. But people said that the reform had to be simpler. It's important to focus on contributions. We are not going to create a single pension system instead of having 30 pension systems. You can have 3 pension systems. And in fact, I mean, you can remove things that are no longer justified. Of course, there's a political debate, and people will say that's not the right strategy, but that's quite understandable or normal. But in the public debate, the economists do not take on board the constraints. And if I can remember well, the economists didn't talk about the constraints having to do with the pension reform.
Yes, pension reform. I didn't come up with that idea. It came spontaneously. Don't worry about it, Philippe. Don't worry. But I quickly realized that we had to go off in a different direction, indeed. So academics academics can admit that they were wrong. I was wondering if there's not a problem in France in relation to other countries. For example, I've known central bank managers, and they're great. In England and the United States, the managers of those banks are often academics who had studied. We had one, it was Dominique Strauss-Kahn, who was Minister for Finance. But in the United States and the UK, a lot of academics go from university into the banks, whereas in our case, they have wonderful training. They go to Sciences Po, the INA also. You do a bit of economics in Sciences Po school and INA. When I went to the INA school in Strasbourg, I had just one class in economics. So I wondered if that's not a bit of a problem. Do we not have a problem training our high-level civil servants, whereas in the English-speaking world, they go into academia, they do research, and does that not transpire in the differences that we have between those two countries? I've always wondered about that. If that's just not unique to France. Well, Philippe, there's more than economics to life. Politics is much broader than that. There aren't enough economics classes, but there aren't enough anthropology classes at Sciences Po. There aren't enough lessons in quantic sciences, etc. But economics are a tool for society. I'm not surprised that political leaders, because the governor of the central bank is a political role. You're not a player there, but you have responsibility there. You have to guide the economy with the different levels of rates and stuff. So for this particular role, you need to have around you plenty of scientists, as the Prime Minister has said. You need to have around you plenty of other people with knowledge in social economy, etc., But these are political decisions we're talking about. These decisions are guided by democratic choices. So you think that Bernard Blanquet, who was a researcher in economics, or Mervyn King, the same, do you think that that was a bit of a problem? Or because we had these great ministers of finance and central bank managers, it's a question that I'm wondering. Well, I think here we're talking about something which is very important. These are these footbridges between the world of academia and the world of economics. In the United States, the big universities aren't scared to create their own startups and work for the economy. In France, we are in silos the whole time. Even our researchers are in silos. They will only have a career in academia, for example. I think one of the keys will be to bring down those dividing walls. I think the state must make it easier to recruit people who come from the business world, and that we have hybrid cultures, but we need to do that in universities as well. We're talking about reform. Well, Edouard Philippe said something which I experienced when I was reforming universities. We're very Cartesian here in France. We want cathedral-scale reforms, but they're built with matchsticks. If you take one matchstick away, if you take it away, everything will tumble down, and then your whole construction is worthless. So I think that reform must be elastic. It's like a rubber band. So when you're climbing up the mountain, you can put your tack into the mountainside. You have to tie your elastic band in there. If your elastic band breaks, then you tumble to the ground, and then you start building again. So you have to get that elastic as high up the mountain as you can, and then you plant your nail in the mountain. Once we've been able to move up the mountain, then there's a no return policy, and you can't go back any further. You just have to build higher. But you know your foundations are safe. You don't need to make small steps, but you have to make sure everything is safe. Economics are very useful for assessing things. But theory, no, we're not talking about theory, we're talking about empirical assessment. In theory, something might be wonderful, but then each individual, and you mentioned Vipers Delpla, who says that you have to buy back income when you're getting rid of it. I think you have to compensate the losers. It costs a lot at the beginning, but at the end of the day, it's a good investment. Ross, did you want to say a word? We've just got 2 or 3 minutes left. About Professor with his head in the clouds being at the top of a central bank, I think Milton Frieden was very lucid about himself, and I'm going to quote him in English as a speaker. He who can does, he who cannot do, he teaches, and he who can't teach, teaches economics. And I'm sure this is my last time at this meeting here in Aix. But there are some questions in the room, some wonderful ones. Could you explain the sense of the word reinvent, and how should we go about reinventing the state? Who would like to rise to that one? Well, I was the one who used that expression, so I think that we have to start much lower down. Let's stop adding layer on top of layer. I think decentralization is key. When a mayor wants to do something in the town, they get it done. And we have to count on them. We have to hyper-decentralize when we're talking about housing, urban ecology, combating climate change. There are so many things we can do really, really locally. There aren't the right words for this in French, but in English we use the word empower. These are words which don't exist in French. We're placing our trust in someone and relying on them to get something done. There are public-private partnerships, oh, excuse me for swearing, but we can reinvent the state by using something which the youngsters like, these startups. Let me give an example. We have a lot of job seekers in France. And the region that I preside over started up lots of training courses. There are millions of training courses which have been opened throughout the country by the different regions. It's not the job seeker center who sends me all of the unemployed people. It was a website, the equivalent of Gumtree on an internet, where I get the most requests from. So where do people go? They go to this equivalent site of Gumtree, and that's where they go to look for a job. It's digital, and it means that efficacy is enhanced. That means it's none of the taxpayers' money being used. I think reinventing means doing things completely different. So how can we use civil servants for this? I think we have to ask the civil servants how they will go about doing what they know how to do in a completely different manner. And I think they're much more creative than we give them credit for. Well, that's it. Our time is up. People are hungry. It's lunchtime. Thank you very much, everybody.